So are we all here then?
Yes, I think we can get this show on the road.
The show on the road.
So yes, you guys have the initiative thing up because I have the initiative tracker. Okay. Oh, and you can find out what the last names of our friends are of our new enemies here because I wrote them in the thing and it puts them in the initiative. That's funny.
But we won't know until it's their turn.
Oh right. Oh, you can only see the current person's turn.
And your own.
I can only see mine.
I actually can't see whoever's 19, whoever they are.
I see everyone. Oh, I only see my name. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, I only see my name.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, I didn't know what the initiative order looked like from your guys' perspective.
Yeah,
it's impressive that we got a 19, 18, 17, 16.
Yeah, we do. And we've got...
Except that the 17's an enemy.
Yes. Not the guy you wanted to get a 17 either, because...
Actually, who knows? Maybe he'll screw up real early and he'll screw someone else up. There's a rogue. They can do weird stuff like that.
Sorcerer.
Yeah, he's definitely someone who can cast Counterspell.
Yeah, he counterspelled you, and then his crow landed on his shoulder. So that was your hint.
That is definitely a sorcerer then.
Yes. He counterspelled you. Okay, so Morris, this is going to be you can make your first move here. So what's just happened is everyone sort of stepped up, like Birthday and Henri have just stepped up to the fray, sort of like they're ready to go. And Mundigus had that little word about he tried to be reasonable, but you've left him no choice, and he calls he sort of gives this whistle, and that's when you hear that's when Morris, you notice the guys who've snuck up on you without you realizing, and then that's also when you hear the alarm go off on the right side over here. So all at once everything seems to sort of explode. Mundigus draws a sword from inside the cane he was clutching. It looks like he would actually be getting into a fight at this point, like he's ready to fight. So with all that knowledge, you can
I'm gonna run over to here.
Okay.
Let me pull my sheet up.
And take an aim shot at Sorthyn so he doesn't have to witness this.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Alright.
Take an aim shot at Birthday, unleash the barbarian that he's been hiding in there.
Birthday is just Birthday.
Nope. I'm gonna guess level 18 barbarian.
That would be helpful right now.
He would basically one man the entire encounter.
No one said he was a bad fighter. He just can't talk.
That's true. We don't know what his combat skills are.
All right. Well, do I go for the risky shot or the sure thing?
Now,
take out the caster.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You moved 30.
I did. I moved 30.
All right, and so the first thing actually Mundigus does after he draws his sword is he looks over his shoulder at the guy he knows has an arrow pointed at his back to sort of get his bearings on what's happening, and he sees you, of course, dashing at full speed across the clearing to get away from the people who snuck up on you, and he yells out so that everyone can hear, presumably any of his men that are still in hiding, and so everyone else hears it. Says, I truly don't want to kill anybody, but that fellow there, and he sort of points over his shoulder without looking at you with his sword. Feel free to maim him as much as humanly possible. He still obviously holds a grudge about you stealing his horse or something. So he says, make sure to maim this guy as much as possible.
Well, I really want to shoot the spellcaster, but I really want to kill Mundigus.
Well, I mean, there's gonna be these two guys. You got to consider these two guys. What are they gonna do as well?
Well, there's certainly no spellcasters.
That's true.
And
they
they're not.
They look, unwashed, like dirty.
They're
I mean,
banditos.
like banditos, if you had to guess, of some kind.
All right. Well, I'll do the smart thing.
Nope, you made an oath earlier. Fat man dies
All right.
first.
All right.
I
That's
remember.
fair enough.
Let's say that.
I will take a shot right at the fat man.
Okay.
I thought that was the other one. One in the middle.
No. At
Man in the middle is the
Mundius.
bodyguard guy.
Yeah.
Outroll 2d20. Keep highest 1.
Okay, you get a very good first shot.
And then it's going to be +3.
Nice.
And then for damage.
Yep. Roll your damage, friend.
Roll 1d8
+3.
plus 14.
1d8 plus 14.
I did my -5 for the +10 damage.
Did you do -5? It says 2d20, keep highest 1 +3.
Right.
It
'cause
should
I
be
have
Oh,
plus
okay.
8.
I have +8 normally.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, so, okay. So Mundigus isn't even looking at you. He's pretty confident that his lackeys there will be able to take you out or interrupt you somehow. But you get out ahead of them and loose this arrow at him, and this sails perfectly, as perfect could be, straight towards him and whacks him right in the small of his back. And it seems like it was maybe stopped by some like thick clothing, so it wasn't like an instant kill, but he instantly just drops to his knees and screams out in pain. Damn it! Kill him! His voice is cracking, and he's, obviously was not expecting to take that level of punishment so quickly, and he's horrified that he's been injured, and he basically sounds like he might even be on the verge of tears. Like he's not prepared for this level
he's not a fighter. He
shit
has
getting thrown his
bodyguards.
way. Yeah, he's not prepared for this level of shit getting thrown his way. So he is quite badly injured right now. And so that'll end your turn, I suppose.
That will.
Okay.
So, just as an aside for everyone, I'm wondering about the loyalty of these various people. If the man bankrolling them is to be no more, will they really be willing to fight to the death?
It's a good question.
We'll have to
Might be able to hold him hostage and see if they'll drop their weapon.
Okay,
Anyway.
so you guys can think about that. Yeah, that's
Turn.
definitely one thing to do. So Henri gives one of his machetes a little bit of a twirl, like he's sort of like almost like a nervous tick. You see his foot sort of tapping, like at first he doesn't know what to do, like he's considering like sort of steeling himself to run forward or trying to figure out what to do. And after just a split second of consideration, he takes one step forward, and instantly you hear Terry's voice come, shouting from the back, "Damn it, Henri, don't do it. Get back here." And Henrietta says, "Henri, you'll get yourself killed." I'm just, "If we don't fight, we'll all be killed anyways. They hired a gang of thugs to help them. They had no intent of letting us out of this alive." And Mundungus, from his place on his knees on the ground, is laughing a little bit, and his voice is strained with obviously extreme pains. "Quite the contrary, my dear Mr. Lush. With your hired thugs and their senseless actions that got us to this point, I would have gladly worked with you, hand in hand. And even now, this doesn't have to be a fight to the death. You can surrender." And Henri is not buying this at all. He's, "Shut up! Do not lie! Not to me! I know of your reputation. There would have been no cooperation. Chad and I stake everything we have on this dig. Terlinga should be paramount to death. So yes, this is a fight to the death, and you've made it so." And he seems to have, that whole conversation seems to have energized him, and he rushes forward and takes a swing at Mundigus from where he is on the ground on his knees.
And and immediately beheads him.
Yeah, I know.
Is he attacking someone that gives him advantage? I would assume so, right? If he's on his knees.
Well, he's sort of like in a he's not
Hunched
like
over.
like hunched over. Yeah, like
I
one
gotcha,
knee
I
almost to
gotcha.
the ground, like barely keeping himself up. And he makes a swing at it with his machete, and it seems like it was not the most skilled attack you ever seen. You have sort of an eye for combat at this point, but it seems like it was maybe more tempered by nervousness at potentially killing this guy that was injured. He sort of seems to hesitate, and Mundigus uses the opportunity to fling his sword up and block the blow. And he sort of smiles through. You can see slightly bloodied teeth at this point. He seems to be have a little bit of blood in his mouth, and says, "You've just made a grave mistake, Mr. Luche." And Henri's looks like he's horrified and angry, and just his face contorted in rage at this point, and sort of struggling with his sword, pushed up against the sword being wielded by Mundigus. At this point, Jedra and Gloff seem to be very concerned about their boss. Jedra starts sort of moving his hands in this motion. It's obviously an incantation of sorts. And as he does so, he sort of, it's sort of in this circular, turbulent motion around. And as he does, you see the air before you seem to become thick, like thicker and thicker, like it's almost being whited out. And you see this over the course of a few seconds, this pea soup, like incredibly dense, thick fog begins to envelop the entire area around them. So what you will end up seeing after all this is, and I was going to sort of pre-compute this, but now I can't, so give me a second here. I ran out of time. So what we're going to do is, hopefully this does not cause horrendous side effects, but the thing's going to disappear for a second.
It's all gone.
I know. Hang on. So what I'm going to do...
We successfully ended the world, just like that.
Right. The world disappears beneath you, and that's pretty much the end of the...
I mean, it won't be the first time something similar has happened to me.
The words
massive,
loading ...
but
with a bar appears below it.
Yeah.
That's so strange. What could it mean?
So I was going to reveal everything. This is a bit of an awkward... I think this is pretty much the only way to do it. So what you're going to see is... I got to do this whole thing. Like I said, I would have liked to have pre-computed this. I'm just going to do this approximately because, because why not? Oh my gosh, it's so annoying. Oh, and it's slow. It reacts slow. There we go.
Oh.
So this whole section of the forest is becoming shrouded in fog. Forgive my awkwardness. So this huge bank of fog rolls in. Actually, should be a little wider there.
Oh, just a little bit wider.
Yeah, just make it a little wider. That's fine. Okay.
Ugh.
And I should have been advancing the old initiative.
Oh, yeah.
This is an approximation, so this is about... I think it's about close based on the description of the spell, but we don't need to... Okay, so I think we advanced to Henri. We advanced to this halfling. So yeah, so Henri and the rest of them disappear inside this extremely thick fog, and the fog reaches like right up to your toes, or right up in front of you, and you're basically just staring at this huge wall in front of you, which is a little disconcerting because who knows what's going on in there at this point. And now
Fortunately for me, that blocks me off from the bandits.
That's true. Well, yes, that's true. They know right about where you are, but you could potentially take refuge in the fog, or
They
maneuver
had bows,
around.
and I did not want them shooting me.
Oh yes. Well, yeah. They did have bows. One had a bow drawn. One had a sword drawn, but they both had them on them. So, Ophelia.
So we can see nothing in the fog?
If
The fog is
you
completely
are
opaque to you. If you're
you
in it,
are
you can see things adjacent to you.
in it, it counts as heavily obscured, right?
Yes.
Yep, heavily obscured.
Any attacks into it, basically, if you want to make a ranged attack into it, how I'm going to rule it is because I looked up things extensively in preparation for this, and nobody knows exactly a good way to handle this crap. So basically, what I'm going to do is you're going to have to roll. There is no such thing, but Roll20. Let's do this. A D50, and it's going to determine where in the fog you hit. And then if you hit somebody, you're going to make. So basically, you're going to have a very low chance of hitting if you fire blindly into the fog. Like if there's 3 people, you're going to have like 3 and 50.
But if I enter the fog next
You
to
can
somebody,
you can see things adjacent to you, yes, and you can make attacks against things without like disadvantage because you're flailing wildly.
okay. I'm
It's
going
gonna
to
become chaos very quickly.
I'm going to improve the chaos.
Of course.
We just need someone to blow it away with a gust of wind.
If only that was a thing.
I inhale deeply.
All right. I'm gonna try to find Henri and move up next to him so I can get a shot at Mundingus.
At Mundigus.
Yeah. I think that's next to him, but I can't see my token anymore, so
All right, so I'll reveal the area.
You want to reveal it to her, if at all possible, and not us.
It's not possible.
Oh well. We're all psychically linked.
Right. Well, what I'll do is I'll reveal your token for you, Ophelia. And I'll just tell you that Mundigus and Henri are right next to you.
okay.
So you sort of dash in blindly.
No, I was using Henri as a guide.
Okay. Oh yeah. Well, you technically, I know the edges of his token are poking out slightly, but he should be fully obscured.
Okay. Well, I remembered vaguely where he was.
Approximately where they were.
Yeah. Oops. Oh no, I revealed. I meant to hide. But yeah. So what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna take a swing at Mundingus.
Okay. Mundigus.
No, that's his name in my mind.
That's his name now.
He snuck up on me too. I don't like that.
Goddamn,
nice.
So close to a crit.
Oh yeah, that was really close. So you catch him so he tries to sort of like swing his arm away from you when he sees you dash in through the fog at him, but you catch him on the side and you get a good slice like right along his rib cage, and he makes another hiss and sort of completely falls to the ground at this point and scuttles backwards behind to try and get in a position where he can be defended by Gloff here. So
wait, he's moving?
He's sort of like, well, not like in grid terms, but I'm just saying like what happens,
Yeah.
His reaction to getting, so he sort of, not scuttles. He doesn't like turn into a giant spider or anything. Yeah. So
it wouldn't surprise me at this point.
Right. So yeah, he's really hurting now. So. Oops.
All right, I'll wait. Oh no, I won't do anything else.
Okay. So at this point, you hear a voice coming from over here, which you guys didn't think to actually look over here and determine what was over here at any point. But so sort of out of the bushes emerges this giant hulking guy. His arms look like, I mean, just like tree branches, right? He's like this huge guy with this disgusting, like dirty beard and like scars, like face and neck just covered in scars as far as you can see. And you hear this shouting in what at the very least Morris recognizes to be a very thick Northern Parish accent. And you hear him say something like, "You goddamn boys!" And he and he pokes out of the. So Morris would understand what that means,
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah.
the other guys don't know what the hell that was, or if it was even English, or if it was even common. So let me reveal some stuff. And behind him comes seemingly looking a little cowed, like they just been got chewed out. Two other similarly roughed up looking individuals, like bandits or hired thugs of some kind. And oh yes, thank you. I was just about to delete that. And so this fella comes out. What? That's this. So this fella shows up. Along with this fella. And this fella. So
I don't know. I think that guy's impressive looking.
Yeah, that guy, he must be special.
don't look at the token. Don't look at the token.
he's unique. Get him.
No, metagaming, stop. The metagaming siren's going off. He is obviously aware that his boss is getting getting the hell beat out of him over there. So he rushes up, and he's gonna run right into the fog. And Ophelia, you see this. You first hear the guy, and you hear his giant footsteps coming up and approaching you. Then you see him suddenly appear as if like a ghost, like right through the fog, right in front of you. Right, and then you've got good senses, but yeah, you definitely smell this guy. You don't want to say he's never bathed, but it's probably been a while. And he's just wielding this giant, really intimidating scimitar that for a split second looks like it's almost bigger than you, but that can't be possible. So he takes a couple. So he's ranting and raving like an insane person, essentially, in this unintelligible accent, and he just, without even sort of any regard for you, like it's just the most natural thing in the world, like he's some kind of wild animal. He takes 2 casual swipes at you with this sword, and so one of them is going to hit you for 7 damage. The other one you managed to dodge out of the way of.
Okay.
I feel like the way you describe this guy, that might be a bit more appropriate.
Let me see. I gotta look at this. Oh, well, even he's got like armor on and stuff. But he's that sort of yeah, that sort of level of musculature, basically. Okay, so
if you want armor, I can up this ante quite a bit. I've become quite adept at finding characters because of how picky I am with my art.
Let's see. So let me see something. Oh, okay. Something about Henri I have to check real quick. Where is this? Oh, right there.
Did he attack with both of his machetes?
He has 1 machete, but he made 2 super quick swipes with it. Oh, Henri. He only slashed with 1 to begin with, like because remember I said
he just thinks 2 looks cooler.
Well, maybe he can use both of them. We saw he was sort of not in full combat mode. He really was hesitating because it's like he realized he might kill this guy, and that's why he hesitated. And of course, Mundigus took the opportunity to react and block his strike. But in any case, so then these the other 2 bandits, one of them partially tripping over the wire and sort of like doing this little 1-footed hop half of the way there, makes his way over, and both of them do actually, and they're both gonna attack Henri. Or they seem to they're up in they sort of get up to the edge of the fog bank, and they both take some swipes at where they assume Henri is, and so they'll attack. Both wielding swords. Yeah, so this one. Okay. And then this one. Okay, and so you hear, so as you watch them swing into the fog, and there's one loud clink of metal, and sort of like a gasp from Henri, like a gasp of shock at being attacked, and the other one, there is no clink of metal, and you hear a shout from him, ah, like he's just been caught with a blow of a sword. So he took some damage.
Henri, remember you're too beautiful to die.
remember your training, Henri.
Remember your training. You've turned off your targeting computer, Henri.
I know. What the fuck? All right, Sorthyn's turn.
All right, Sorthyn is going to run back right there.
Okay.
And then right where my arrow is centered, I'm going to cast Fairy Fire.
Where's your arrow centered? Right there? Okay. Yep, got it. Okay.
So gets just to the space right next to Ophelia.
Okay. Take all this. Okay, so it's going to reveal the entire...
Well, it makes things glow.
Yeah, so I'm hoping it reveals them.
Okay, yeah, so they have to make saves. Let's see, it was 14. Okay.
And then
Oops.
any objects automatically glow. I don't know if there were any objects in there, though.
There's
a
trees
barrel
and stuff.
of water and trees, yeah. That barrel of water is going to light up like a Christmas tree. Okay.
And it's going to glow purple for the sake of
I was about to say,
awesome.
but the important part is what color.
Oh yeah, you can choose the color.
Purple.
So so from inside the fog, it's still pretty opaque, but you distinctly see two like very humanoid shapes appear with this purple glow among the sort of cacophony of visual stimuli that are coming through from the trees and the leaves and the rocks and stuff just shooting light back at you, and you see these two of them revealed. The other one apparently managed to avoid it. And
so they can't benefit from being invisible, but are they... this is getting real complicated real quick.
Shh, I got it. Let's just calm down. I got it. Don't you worry.
Don't you?
Yes, I got the two I cared about.
Okay. So you can clearly see their purple silhouettes glowing brightly through the fog.
So how long does it last on them?
Concentration up to 1 minute.
Okay, let me start counting down.
So that's each round is still 6 seconds?
Yep,
Yes.
So 10 of my turns.
Cool.
Unless, they decide to kill me.
While. Right, or if they hit you real hard and you lose your concentration.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to use 2 of my sorcery points to give me another spell slot back.
Okay. You can do that as a bonus action? Or
I believe it's a free action, because it doesn't say...
Okay.
You mentioned there was armor on that guy, right? The big guy?
Yeah.
I upped the ante. Let me know if I didn't go far enough on upping the ante.
That might be a little more obnoxious for this guy. This guy's just got like cheap, crappy armor.
he's not cool. Gotcha.
No,
Okay.
he's
I thought
not.
that's
He's
cool.
not cool. He's mostly just disgusting and vile. So we'll say turns very fire. Okay, just so we don't forget that.
Oh, actually, this one's not bad.
Something maybe like this.
Oh, nope. You can transform unexpended sorcery points into one spell slot as a bonus action.
Oh, okay. Bonus
So
action.
that would be my bonus action, and then I draw one
That's
of my
almost
daggers.
closer to what I was thinking, Morris.
Funny that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But with the Northern Paris accent, whatever it sounds like.
Which is apparently a very Appalachian accent.
Yeah, well, I spent about 5 minutes trying to figure out how to say different things in the Northern Parish accent, trying to remember how you did it and like build it from there. So I have a couple features of the Northern Parish accent that I can use if we need to. But in any case, a little dialect, some dialectical features. But anyway, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, so now these fellas gotta go.
I think I nailed it with that last one.
Oh, did you? Well, we gotta check it now. That's sort of the kind of armor, yeah. That's sort of the kind of armor. Very nice. Where do people get all these good pictures? I mean, I just searched DeviantArt and Google Images and shit for mine.
Google fantasy human anything you want. I got right now for that was fantasy human sword dark fighter male barbarian. And
Just
then
like
it
a
was like
wall of
20 down.
keywords.
All
Yeah,
the
pretty much. I
adjectives.
mean,
That
like,
works.
yeah. It's how you do
Those are gonna do.
keywording, you know? Been doing that for years. Gotta learn
Okay,
how
so
the search engines work.
this. All right, so these two, the one bandit who has a sword already drawn is going to run. He's going to, let's see, run. Yeah, let me think about this now.
Just not far enough.
Uh-huh.
That's
No, I'm
Unless he
thinking
makes his...
he can do a run to go farther, but I'm trying to think. These guys want to. I'm thinking of the tactics I set up for these guys.
I found the most adorable barbarian. I know it doesn't really make sense, but you haven't seen it.
Okay, so what they're gonna do is the one guy is gonna drop his crossbow and he's going to and draw his sword and dash up to you. And they don't have time to make an attack, but they're gonna surround you menacingly.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're looking menacing.
Yeah, they're looking menacing. I mean, you got two guys who
There's
want
like
to
some
they
purple
want to kill you.
Japanese characters floating around him.
What does that mean?
Oh, it's a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure thing.
Oh, I have not seen that, surprisingly. Okay. Reveal. Ravine the Impossibilist. Okay. Let's just reveal all this for. Okay, so you can see that. The fog is still there, but they're right next to you.
Right, but
So
I
it's
can
sort
see
of,
it.
as if it were not there. We can sort of pretend.
It's
Okay.
thin enough on the edge there.
Right. This is actually a pretty good circle that I did freehand. I gotta say, I'm gonna pat myself in the back a little
That's
bit
pretty impressive.
for doing it on the fly. But in any case, next, Ophelia, you're gonna see Mundagus is going to sort of beat a hasty retreat away from you, so continuing his little scramble, keep clutching his sword still, but scrambling to run further into the fog somewhere.
Do I
And hide.
attack of opportunity?
No, he runs away from you.
As
Disengage. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, let me make sure there's no
But we
hints
still
as
see
to where
him.
he. No. Oh yeah, you
He's
can still
purple.
see.
He glows.
Yeah,
You're right.
He's a glower.
You fuckers and your spells and tactics and stuff. Ruining all this. But yeah. So actually, when he actually, hang on a second. What am I gonna do here? I'm gonna do an interesting thing.
It's gonna do a thing.
Doesn't matter exactly what kind of thing, but let's see. There's one other. Okay, no, so that's fine. So actually, when he runs away, he sort of seems to disappear. Actually, among like his glow, sort of like vanishes into the midst of other glows of somehow. Like you lose sight of him as he runs further into the fog. So you're not sure how that happened, but maybe you can take a guess. In any case, so you don't know exactly where he is anymore, but based on the fact that he disappeared, maybe you can guess. So that'll be his
jumped
turn.
in the water barrel.
That's possible, actually. So next, birthday is going to go. This is birthday's turn.
Your square there should be gone.
What?
It should be black again.
It should be black again. I'll get the hang of this. Don't you worry.
No faith. None.
Oh.
See? No faith.
And we'll just, since Ophelia can see Henry.
And
anyway.
The other guy is still visible.
Orc man should be visible.
This guy should be. Who should be? Yeah, he should be visible. You're right.
And this is why GMs hate Fogwall. Or was it Fogbank?
Yeah.
Fog cloud.
Fog cloud. Yeah. Well, I specifically. Yeah, I know. I did it to myself on purpose because, well.
It made sense for a character to do it.
Basically,
same thing as like a GM I used to play with hated our wizard because he would always be using web.
Oh.
And it was so tedious to go through.
Keep track of, yeah.
I know another one that hates summons, but he would keep throwing guys that could summon stuff fast. Like, I get it, we're in a highly magical area, but you're the one complaining when we summon stuff. There are 12 summons on the field right now.
Did he read his own notes and get mad instantly? Like, oh, fuck, this guy can summon stuff.
What was I thinking?
Yeah.
He would just get like annoyed to be so much stuff like going nuts in the field, and it's like, yeah, there's 12 summons right now because half your guys summon stuff.
Reveal that. Okay, so I think we've revealed things as they should be. G. Willikers. Okay. So birthday sort of looks at you, Masson, and he seems to hesitate. Like he takes a step towards the fog and looks back at you and sort of shakes his head and birthday. Like, what should I do?
That actually is brilliant because it just answered my internal question about what I'm doing on my turn in a very perfectly RP way.
Kill the caster. Not me.
Okay. Whoosh. Just spin around. I mean, if anything, I would argue he should hold his turn until after mine. That would make sense.
Okay, so you can tell him, wait for me to act or whatever.
Yeah, wait for me.
And he seems a little unsure, but he thinks seconds and just rapidly nods.
He can't move if he's holding his turn, though, by the way.
Oh, he can't?
Yeah, he uses his reaction.
Perform an action.
Can he move then hold his turn?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Then I would say to him,
Birthday?
charge. I will help you.
Birthday? And he indicates the fog, like blindly into there.
I point at the glowing half orc. Go for him. I will assist you. And
Nice.
as I say that, I'm starting to glow.
And he
to
sees you glowing, and he's like, that seems to give him confidence. Like, okay, whatever is going to happen, Masson's got a plan, so I'm going to trust him on this one. So he just sort of takes a second to steel himself and goes, birthday! He hefts his shield and his sword and dashes directly in towards the glow. And whoop, he disappears.
I watched him go to my wrong icon. Watched him go to about here, right?
You saw him just go into the fog and disappear. But you can see that the glow is sort of somewhat obscured. So you can imagine he's somewhere in front of the glow.
You can see
Okay.
like a void of glow.
Yeah, you can see a birthday shaped.
Okay. I'm gonna give you a
silhouette.
forewarning. My turn is gonna become very mechanic heavy very quickly. But
Couldn't be. Okay, so you hear there when he runs up there. There's actually a clash of swords. And you hear grunting of two half orcs sort of going at it as soon as he steps into the fog. But it doesn't sound like anyone's been hit or hurt as far as you can tell.
Remember, if he attacks, he has advantage.
Who?
Fairy fire.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. No, he hasn't attacked it. He's holding his action.
Oh, okay.
But someone attacked him. In any event.
Okay.
So Masson's turn.
All right. So here's where it's gonna get a little weird. Okay.
Oh
Yes.
boy.
I'm going to move to here. Okay.
Okay. So
Can
what
I
does it-
see birthday in front of me?
Yep. You see.
Okay. Can I see Sorthyn behind me?
Yeah, there's a rock there, but it's not like a huge boulder. You can see over
Okay.
the top of it.
Can I, technically speaking, see Ophelia in terms of seeing targets for a spell?
No. She's in the fog.
Oh, she's not
Because-
glowing? I thought she was
Nope,
up to something.
I intentionally missed her with the spell.
All right. She
Of course
she
you did.
could have been glowing, so you could have seen her, but then everyone else would have gotten advantage against her, which would not
Okay.
have been great.
Yeah.
In that case, I will. Actually, that's a little risky for me. Then actually, hold on. Reading stuff. Okay. For bless, can I target myself as
You
one
can.
of my choices? Oh,
Yeah, you can
well, there we
target
go.
yourself with bless.
Okay, so I'm casting bless, and I am hitting birthday, Sorthyn, and myself.
Okay.
And that adds a D4 to attacks and saves.
Yes, it does.
For up to 1 minute.
For 1 minute.
Um,
Okay, that's what I was looking up. How long is the duration? And it's your
duration is
concentration.
right
Concentration
there.
up to 1 minute.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's right
concentration.
there.
is 1 minute. Okay, so I gotta note this down, Madison. Bless on who? You have bless on yourself, and it's just on one person.
Myself, birthday, and Sorthyn, because I can bless
Oh,
up to
up to three
three
within range.
creatures at level 1. Yeah.
Okay.
3 creatures within 30 feet that I can see.
Okay, so everyone is blessed. Masson, Sorthyn, birthday, blessed 10 turns.
I mean, we do have these snazzy status icons that could be used, for example. Actually, I don't know if that's a good one. What's a good one? Apparently, I'm now the Empire.
Well, I'll just you can put it on yourself to remember, but I'll just remember. I have it noted down here. So unless you guys want me to put them on there, so you guys can all remember. But
well, I have to wait
Masson, Sorthyn, and birthday.
another hour to get my turn again. So
You have to wait another. Oh yeah. You don't mean literally an hour. Where's that in the blessed description? But
no, I have to in real time. I have to wait an hour.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on, but it should be okay. Okay, so now,
So now it's
Morris,
it's
your
actually
turn.
birthdays because he held his action.
Oh, that's right. All right, yeah, you told
which
him to.
now he has advantage and bless.
That's true. Oh yeah, birthday is buffed all to hell. So birthday will take a swing at Gloff, who as you by the way, as you got up close there, you seem to see Gloff's big maul sort of reeling back. So that was obviously from attempting to attack birthday. So it's now birthday's turn to riposte, and he swings his long sword at Gloff, and see, and you add 1d4 as well to the damage.
To attack
no,
roll.
it's to the attack
Oh,
roll.
to the attack roll. To the attack. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, so he hits.
Which actually, it says whenever a target makes an attack roll or a saving throw before the spell ends. Does that mean like once before it ends, or can you do it up as long as I have the spell active?
It lasts until it's dispelled or you break concentration.
Oh wow! So for a minute, as long as my concentration doesn't break, the three of us are gonna have a hard time missing.
Okay. So let's see. All right. So now it is whose turn? Morris.
Yes.
Yeah. So by the way, a birthday's longsword connects with gloss armor with a glancing blow and does some damage.
Okay. I too will disengage.
Okay.
Head right on into the thick of it.
Oh boy. Where do you want to go?
So I will be right there.
Smack dab in the
Okay.
center.
All right. I'll move you. So I'll move
If
you
you
where you want to
could,
go.
please.
Yep. And then I'll reveal where you. Okay.
So I'll sort of
reveal.
tuck and dive and dip deep into the fog.
Right.
He's doing a barrel roll.
All right. As you dive in, the two bandits try to make a wild like a swipe at you. Obviously frustrated that they just chased you down, and then you slip away right again, and you can hear some angry swearing drifting through the fog behind you. As it sounds like they're contemplating whether to follow you into the fog or what.
As I leave, I will taunt them in Northrend Parish with some very weird dialectical slurs and
Right. Okay.
that I can't even begin to imagine.
that was actually one of the things I came up with. Was something you'd say in Northern Parish to insult somebody, but it was one of my like 4 or 5 terms. But anyway, we'll hear this. We might hear it in a second. So yeah, you'll say that. You'll say some things like that to them, and that will obviously not ingratiate you to them any further. So, so yeah. Henri, now after having been attacked on both sides and surprised, Ophelia, you can see next to you, of course, you're facing down this big, hulking, disgusting guy with his gigantic sword, and you see Henri next to you, and we'll just reveal Henri, because why not? He ought to be revealed, I suppose. There we go. Even though you other guys can't really see him, only Ophelia can.
Did Morris see the guy that Mundigus when he ran into the center?
I mean, I saw a glow disappear.
Yeah, you can see. Oh, actually, yeah. Actually, well, you can see now where he is.
Oh.
Yeah, you can see where he is now from where you are. You can see a glow. Hang on. So Henri is going to attack. Hang on, I gotta answer this call. So sorry. Think about what you're gonna do, Ophelia, because your turn is gonna be up next after Henri's and Jedra's.
Yep.
I'll be back in just a second. Sorry.
So Mundigus is just hiding, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like for my turn, at least, I should probably move up to here and solidify that battle line and probably engage this guy here while the 2 orcs duke it out.
Yeah.
Sorthyn, I would
I guess I'll
recommend
keep
some.
tanking this big guy.
Yeah, Sorthyn, I recommend some fireworks for said guys behind us.
I was actually gonna hopefully burning hands cone right around here, trying to hit that caster, but I can also hit go over here and get these guys.
Can you get them without getting Henri?
Henri might get a little singed if I do it there.
I'd suggest the other way then, especially because of the spellcaster, and you might get Mundagus in the process.
Hopefully. That's my main goal. I want to burn Mungus.
I mean, I think like, how far is it? 15-foot cone?
15-foot cone.
Oh, I guess that would hit.
Fuck all of this fog.
Oh gosh, that'll probably like destroy some of the fog potentially. Fire just raging through it.
I'm trying to figure out a
no,
way you might be able to get this one. How many degrees is it?
It's like a 45-degree cone. That's what cones
okay.
are.
Oh, then yeah, your cone's better than my cone.
It doesn't
That'll
say,
work.
but I believe all cones are like 45 or 90 degrees.
Okay, guys.
I will go grab my player handbook real quick.
We're doing geometry. Woo!
Ooh, scary.
Just wait till we get into the calculus.
Let's see. Yeah, we got to find the area under these curves. In any case, Henri is going to. Seems like he's acclimating himself very quickly to the prospect of some serious combat, and he turns around to face these two bandits, and he swipes at one with one sword, and he swipes the other one with the other. So with his machete. So he makes two attacks.
See, he just needed people he didn't actually know to fight. That was the problem.
He's blowing off some
Also,
steam.
He
What's that?
might, have needed to be in a literal life or death situation.
Possible, yes. He definitely, he was hesitating, but now he seems to be wielding his machetes with like some level of precision that's a little surprising to you, Ophelia. Like
Henri is suddenly the barbarian.
suddenly Henri's going nuts.
He was the barbarian all along.
And he hits, so he hits the one bandit and catches him with a decent slash right across the chest. The bandit reels back and clutches at his chest. The other one manages to block his attack.
You know what? I think when they said the noble barbarian, that's not what they had in mind.
No, Henri's definitely no barbarian, but he's got some skills, as it would seem.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Do his skills pay his bills?
No, actually, turns out that's why he's in archaeology. Ours, on the other hand, ours pay many bills. Literally.
Okay, so Birthday and the Loft there are facing off, and so yeah, they're facing off in this sort of combat with each other, sort of making some testing strikes against each other and staring each other down very intensely. And then suddenly this sort of burst of magic comes shooting through the fog directly at Birthday and like poofs right in his eyes, and he sort of staggers back. Birthday! And he's going to have to do a thing. What's this? What is it supposed to be? Oh, I gotta fucking figure out the saving throw.
God.
What's the
Good
default?
luck.
Yes, don't worry. I got all the stats here. All the numbers are here. It's just okay. Ooh. Oh shit.
Microphone muted.
Okay. Is Masson back?
Microphone activated.
Don't believe he is.
Microphone muted.
Well, it won't be his turn for a bit, I guess. So okay, so saving throw. He has a plus D4 plus 1d4 on saving
He
throws,
gets
right?
plus 1d4 to all saving throws.
Okay, so this will help him. So he's gonna have to make a saving throw here. Oh boy. Let's see, what do we get? Okay, so he seems like he comes close to shaking it off, but unfortunately the magic effect sort of overwhelms him, and he stumbles back, and there's a sort of like glow coming from his eyes, and he clutches at his eyes like he's been blinded, like he can't see. How long does this last?
1 minute concentration
1 minute,
if it's
okay.
blindness.
Yeah, it is. Okay,
He gets a save at the end of every turn of his, though.
that's true, and he continues to have the bonus. So 10 turns blindness. And then you hear some shuffling as Jedra moves. And Morris, you see the what is it? The glow coming from who you presume, because you see the one glow from Gloff coming straight ahead of you. Then you see the glow of Mundigus become partially obscured as if by a tiny figure standing in front of him, moving to his defense potentially.
I don't see Mundigus at all on there, so I don't
No,
know
yeah.
what direction that is.
Okay, so it's coming from. Oh yeah, sorry, it's coming from this. I always forget fucking something, don't I? It's coming from this direction, but it's partially obscure, but you can still see it clearly.
Okay.
All the other people you can't see, or anyone coming from this angle can't see him though.
Right. It's just me.
Okay.
And they
Ophelia.
can't see me at all, right?
No, they can't see you at all.
All right. I'm gonna take a swing at the big guy.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. What'd you roll? Oh, 7. Oh no, that's not gonna work out.
But hey, you
No.
did 7 damage again.
No, you didn't. It missed.
I tried to do 7 damage again.
It wanted to. It really did.
That would have been, yeah, all these 7s though too. It's not good. So
Very lucky.
yeah, so you'll take a swing at that big guy, and he just sort of easily like takes a little step back, and you miss him completely, and he just smiles at you, and he says, and he growls something in that dialect that you don't even understand. He says, "When do you want to sort it, dear boy?" So we don't know what that means.
Yeah, no idea.
Dialects are so ridiculous.
Yeah, no. So you can. I was inspired by all the ridiculous dialects from Germany that I've heard before. So some of them are pretty ridiculous. But in any case, yeah. So you hear that, Morris. You'll hear that from over there, and you realize that from what he said that he talked about nice little sword for a little thing is sort of what he said, for a little creature. And so you recognize, oh, he's probably fighting Ophelia over there, so that's not good. So
I'm then gonna use my bonus action to second wind.
Okay.
And heal back up to full.
All right, yeah. So next.
And that's my turn.
All right. So now he's going to he's looking pretty confident and giving you this nasty yellow rotted tooth grin. And he takes 2 swings at you. Does 15 hit you?
Nope.
Okay, so you're only going to take you're going to be able to dodge the one. The other one's going to catch you, but just barely, just like maybe on the tip of your ear or something. Take 4 damage.
Okay.
And then the 2 bandits are going to continue to fight Henri, and at this point you can hear. Actually, at this point, Terry shouts over to you and says, "Is Henri okay? Is everyone okay?" And as he says that, the bandits both take a swing at Henri. Swing. Henri parries one with ease, and the other one catches him just barely along the shoulder. And he goes, we're doing fine, Teddy. You could help if you were so inclined. I don't think I would be much help. So Henri takes a little damage. And next, Sorthyn's turn.
So is Rakshak just sort of sitting there? Like,
Yeah, I pissed Rakshak off. He's not going to help
sitting
us.
there, just sort of his sitting on his butt on the ground with his two legs splayed and his arms crossed, just watching with a sort of slightly amused grin on his face, just watching the show, essentially.
He's
not really.
not even attempting to leave.
He seems to be completely distracted, like the thought hasn't crossed his mind. Well, you can't see that, Morris, but anyone else could. Yeah. Yes, as a general knowledge for the people that could see him, they would see that he's basically just amusedly watching what's going on. It doesn't seem to have crossed his mind that he could just leave right now and probably get away.
Running over to here, I'm going to say, Terry, catch, and I'm going to toss him my crossbow and bolts. And then I'm going to run down here. And
he grabs it and almost fumbles the bolts.
I mean, I don't care, I just toss it at him. And then I'm going to Burning Hands right in here.
What do you want me to do with this?
Shoot people! Preferably not me.
I can't see anyone to shoot!
Shoot the glowing things.
Harriet says, there's someone fighting Henri over there, Terry. Look. And he goes, I haven't used one of these in years. You can try, Harriet. I've never used one of these ever. And so they have that little exchange. So what spell are you going to cast?
Sorry, I forgot to actually cast it.
Ooh, nice damage.
Max damage.
Not max.
Half damage.
It's
a reasonable damage.
It shows green when any one
damage.
of the dice. Okay, when any one of the dice goes max, it shows green. I figured about that.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you fire that nice cone of flame over, and it would be a good target. Good on target, actually. 15-foot cone.
I might be burning the supply tent. I'm not quite sure.
Oh no, the supplies are back. There's the supplies are back here. The giant burial bit, and then the supply. Oh yeah, you're right. You could. No, sorry. I was thinking of I almost didn't see it there because it was partially obscured by you and the fog. But you're in a position where you could sort of lean past the supply tent and not hit it, so you don't have to worry about that.
That would be preferred.
Yeah.
Yeah, burning.
I won't make you burn all our supplies just to do an attack. That'd be a little mean. If you want to attack, you got to burn all of our supplies.
It's been
so they're gonna
document those supplies.
To roll saves. It's half damage on successful saves.
Correct.
Saves, yeah.
God damn, it's this fucking Mundigus over here is pretty spry for having taken all that punishment and having an arrow sticking out of his back. He rolled a nat 20 on his dex save.
Still takes 6 though, so he's not that spry.
That's right. No, yeah.
Doesn't have evasion now, does he? Aha!
No, this guy does not. Of all the things he has, evasion is not one of the things. So Bluff takes some damage, and you hear Morris. You can see from. Actually, you can because he's adjacent to you. You should actually be able to see Jedra. So, I should reveal. There. So you see like a jet of flames come shooting right at you and then just stop like a few inches before your face and die off. So you feel the blast of heat and you hear grunts of shock and pain from the little halfling voice and then the obnoxious Mundigus voice. And you actually see the glow sort of drop to the ground. Where it was sort of standing and partially obscured before. Now you see it sort of crumple in a heap on the ground.
I don't know if does it hit Jedra? Wherever you
Would it hit Jedra? Or actually, will it hit Jedra?
Does it start where Sorthyn's standing or right in front of him?
Oh, Sorthyn was here or here rather.
Well, no,
He was right here.
15
so 15 feet would be right here.
Yeah, 15 feet hits.
He was in the fog?
Yeah, Jedra was in the fog, but
No. Sorthyn.
No, I went to just
You
the
were
edge of the
standing-
fog and burned the crap out of that fog.
Okay, so then it does not hit Jedra.
Yeah, it doesn't hit the guy
Oh, it
because
doesn't
it's
hit
20
him.
feet, because you can choose to
15
do
is
the
short.
cone on yourself or a square in front of you, and I chose to start it on myself so I could hit that orc guy.
Okay. Alright, so Jedra doesn't get hit actually, but yeah, the glow of Mundius drops to the ground, and you hear some groans of pain and that so on. So
What happens to the fog when fire goes through it?
the fire goes through it, and the fog sort of like it's this unnaturally thick fog. It almost seems like eat up the fire. Like it dissipates for like a little bit. Like you can see just the heat and the hot air from the fire sort of punching through the fog, but it very quickly sort of rolls back in on into itself and closes again. So you can't really get any. It doesn't dissipate it really, and it doesn't.
Was I able to see through it to where the fire hit when it did eat through it?
No, you weren't able to see.
Okay.
But
I mean, oh yeah, but I do see.
but you see the glow. You see
I
the
see
glow,
the
so you know
and how it
generally
just
where that is.
crumpled. So
Yeah. Okie doke. So next is going to be Mundigus if he wasn't in a burning heap on the ground. And
Hey, I was
also the
right.
bandits. What?
Fat man dies
I was
first.
right.
Oh yeah, the prophecy was fulfilled. Well, he's not necessarily dead, but he's not. He's down.
Incapacitated.
Right.
He's fortunate enough that going to 0 HP does not cause him to die.
Yes. Yeah. He's the rules for that. Technically, anyone, even a monster, I think, going to 0 or below, you get to make your like death saving throws, but
Should you so
I feel like-
desire.
right. I
Should
feel
you
like
desire.
it's dependent on the importance of the NPC.
Mhm.
And then, like for a couple of nulls, we can just ignore it. But for this guy, he's important enough. I think we'll give him death saving throws. So actually, he's got to make a death saving throw.
incapacitation confirmed.
Yes. I suppose technically I shouldn't tell you that because nobody can see it. But I mean, you seem
We're
I gave
all-
you enough of a hint that it was obvious, right? Crumbles to the ground.
We're all assuming he's either dead or stop, drop, and rolling.
Right. Okay. Okay. So you don't know what happens to him, but in any case, so those bandits that you know are on your tail, Morris, you're probably listening. You've got your sort of ranger instincts, probably listening to see if you hear them actually pursue you at any point into the fog. And I just realized nobody actually can technically see beyond this. Like nobody can see these guys.
No.
Yep, we don't even know they exist.
Yeah, you don't know where they went. So
We have no object permanence.
Actually, did we even see them from where we were, or did only Morris see those two guys?
Well, you heard Mundigus shout that they should go after him, but so you guys maybe can assume that there's some more bandits or hired hands or whatever back there, but you don't know exactly where they are, how many, or what's going on. You do know that Morris is probably okay since he did manage to peg Mundigus in the back with a nice arrow. Okay, so let me decide what these bandits are going to do. And so you don't hear them coming after you, Morris, but they seem to run off in another direction. Oh shit! You gotta fill in our fog, you know.
Yeah, you can sort of see between the cracks there.
Yeah. Get the hell out of here! They're just gonna add a little extra
That's
because it's
fine.
drifting, you know. So they make some move off somewhere else.
Blindly running through the fog.
Right. And so Birthday is the blindness would give Birthday disadvantage to an attack, but he's got the Fairy Fire effect when attacking Gloff. So
Unfortunately, Fairy Fire only helps if they can see the target, so it does not help at all.
He has disadvantage.
Actually, well, no, he can see the guy because he's adjacent to him.
No, he's blind from the
blind.
blindness.
He's blind. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You weren't there from that. Jedra shot a blindness spell in his eyes.
Oh.
And he didn't make the saving throw. It was so close too. He was even with the addition from the bless. He didn't quite make it. But.
He has divine blessing for the attack though. Still.
He does still get his plus 1d4.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Okay. So, but he's freaking out right now because he can't see, and he sort of moves his sword up in his shield to defend himself, and he sort of beats a tactical retreat backwards and actually bumps into you, Masson, and Birthday, and points to and indicates his eyes and shifts to the side from you, like he doesn't want to fight while he's blind. He's sort of he would disengage and move back. So that's all Birthday's going to do. He's making a tactical retreat. But of course, Gloff is going to use that moment for... So, and of course, there's still fog here, so Gloff is going to follow him right out and try to chase him down. And Gloff is going to similarly run directly into you, Masson, when he comes trying... He sort of barrels out of the fog, holding his maul up high, and runs straight into you, and is just out of pure combat skill and reaction, he reacts and converts his run up into a heavy swing with the maul and attacks you. And so he's going to hit you for 9 damage.
Oh, he makes my DC of 10, a whopping 10.
Yes. Yeah, surprisingly,
you literally no dex.
Yeah, I have no dex. Save me for 9?
Yeah, 9 damage.
Okay. Okay.
So, yeah.
My turn?
Yes, it is your turn. After a year, just like you said.
Did you make your concentration saving throw?
Oh, that's true,
Oh,
yeah.
no, I guess not.
So it's going to be just 10 because you took 9 damage. So if you can Constitution say... It's Constitution, DC 10, or the damage, whichever is higher.
Yeah, 10 or half damage once you're above 20.
Oh, okay. So yeah, 10. As long as you make it
10 concentration.
just make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving
for
throw.
DC 10. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Whew. So yeah, you will not lose concentration, and everyone will continue to hold their bless.
Did
God bless.
Did Birthday make his saving throw for blind?
No.
No.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Of course, when he comes up and hits me, I'm like, blast! Don't have time for this. As I do I still want to try? I might. You know what? Yes, actually, it would be in my character to do so. I'm going to skirt around him into the fog towards where the glow is from Mundagus. And I'm going to get to Mundagus. Going to do a thing. So, can I tell if he is still, like, can I tell he's unconscious?
Did you move into past Gloff and then away from him, or you're still in his zone of threat? So
yeah,
you're fine, I guess.
Technically speaking, yes.
If you cast a spell, though, you're gonna
any square threatened.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, isn't it? Let me check.
I thought it was when you left.
You have to leave the threatened squares.
Yeah, I have to leave. Yeah.
But he did. He left 1, 2, 3.
No, he didn't.
He threatened
No,
one
it's
square.
It includes the diagonals.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went to that square and then down 1.
Right, and he
So he's
always in
squares.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, depending on how you interpret it, is he leaving his? Is it leaving his zone of threat?
It's leaving the zone of threat.
Okay.
Leaving his
that's
attack
different than
range.
3.5.
Actually, no. I think in 3.5 it's the same
seems-
thing. As long as you're within the opponent's reach, as long as you don't leave their reach, then they can't take an attack of opportunity.
Let me check.
Which, being a medium creature, is 5 feet. So.
You make an opportunity attack when a hostile creature that you can see moves out of your reach.
Oh, so it's out of the zone. Okay.
Right, it is. It used to be. Well, that's fine.
Okay. So yeah, you're fine.
Okay. And I can tell Mundigus is still alive, but
Yeah, he's
unconscious
still
and dying.
Yeah, he's unconscious. He's actually seems to be stabilized when you get up to him, but he's
already
not.
stabilized.
He's not moving.
He's not. Yeah. Well, yeah. He's not. He hasn't. He isn't at death's door. He's not. He hasn't fully stabilized yet, but he seems to be getting there. Like he's going to be okay. So far, it seems.
Maybe not okay, but
Right. Right. Okay, as in not dead.
Okay.
Jedra whirls around to face you as he hears you approaching through the fog. You can't hardly see him, but you can sort of see his the glow sort of. I guess you can't see him at all. Never mind.
Yeah, you can't see him.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how it's possible, and I realize it's not.
I don't really see him anyway because I'm in like tunnel vision of doing what
Yeah.
it is I do, which is this. I'm gonna cast this on Mundigus, and then I'm actually going to reach down and try to start dragging Mundigus out of the fog and into the camp.
Okay. So, do you want to do it quickly or slowly?
Give me the difference between the two.
Quickly, you can just do it and move at half speed. Or sorry, slowly you can just do it and move at half speed. Or you can try to do it quickly by making an athletics check.
Okay.
And move at full speed, but you have to make an athletics check too.
if you do fail the athletics check, do you just not move?
Yeah, that's what I'll roll. That's how I'm ruling it.
Let me check my athletics.
So you move three squares. So you have 3 squares left.
Yeah, I have 3 squares left.
So you could move 1 if you move slowly, or you could move 3 if you make an athletics check.
I'll risk it because I'm kind of in like an adrenalized state because I have.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. I saw it slow on the 15 and then I rolled onto the 5.
So yeah, so you sort of grasp at him sort of wildly, like you said, you're in this sort of manic state. You're grasping at him and you just can't even get a grip on him. But you finally do after some effort, and you try to pull him away, but he's a little heavier than you expected, and you stumble a little bit and have to sort of readjust your grip, and that sort of is the end of your turn. When you do that, you actually sort of are moving into his square essentially to pick him up, and Jedra says, "Hey, put him down!"
I'm saving him, ya doof.
So Morris, it's your turn.
Alrighty.
You sort of hear this going on. What's that?
Do I actually get to say that as a reaction?
Yeah, you can say that.
Talking's a free.
Yeah, talking reasonably small amount. And I'll just reveal you so you can actually move your token now.
Oh yeah. Probably should. Up stone the roller. Okay, so now there-ish, kinda.
Now I'm gonna have to move Mundigus for you, but in any case. Morris's turn, yeah?
Let me, I'm going to switch to my short swords.
Okay.
So I'll swap out my weapons. And then step to here.
Okay. That's reveal this thing for you.
Sorry.
No, it's
and
okay.
then I will swing at Jedward.
And Jedward. Okay.
And am I getting advantage due to flanking?
Masson is occupied right now, so he
Okay.
can't give you flanking.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not actually threatening his threatening him.
So attack 1. That's no good. And attack 2. Even worse.
Yeah, so you take a couple swings at him, but he hears you and reacts to turn and says, "What now? Ah!" And he makes that sort of noise when you swing at him. And he raises his hands like he wants to defend himself with a spell, but your 2 attacks completely go over his head, and he
Still
just
like, oh
he doesn't
God,
have to do anything.
So tiny.
Yeah, you weren't expecting it. You knew he was tiny. You knew he was a halfling, but you're a little caught off guard when you saw his form appear through the fog. So you those first 2 attacks go a little awry. You'll need some time to adjust your expectations here. So next is Henri's turn, and he's going to and meanwhile he's been sort of like trying to fight these 2 guys both at once, and he's actually doing okay, bizarrely. So he's going to continue sending a few attacks their way. And the other one, the first guy who we hit before manages to block his attack this time, but his other attack manages to catch the guy who had blocked it. Yeah, the previous time. Doesn't really matter when. But yeah, so he's injured both of them somewhat at this point, and he's been able to hold his ground. So let's see. Let's see. If he casts a spell, do he incur an opportunity attack from casting?
Nope,
melee?
not in 5e.
Okay. It's a lot of rules meshed together for some reason, but it's okay. So yeah, he's gonna react to your presence there, Morris, and he had his hands already raised in a position preparing a spell, and when those two miss him, he reacts immediately with sort of battle-hardened reflexes, and there's a sort of purple blast of light that he sort of wings to the side, and this little globule of purple energy zips out from his hand and flies towards you, catches you right in the side, and you feel this sort of sickness washing over you. And so make a Constitution save.
Oh no. I'm just an old man. I can't
That-
be making Constitution
Oh
saves.
boy, you're right. Yeah. Not to. Oh, you made it. Okay, so
Get
Ah,
wrecked.
the good old -1 con saves.
so yeah, you feel this sort of sickness washing over you, but you manage to shake it off really quick, and the spell doesn't seem to have any further effect on you. So that was Jedra, and I feel you can make an attack. And sorry, I'll be right back. This one will just be a minute. So you can roll your attack and resolve it while I'm going away.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just keep taking this guy.
Hey, you are a warrior of the mighty lineage of Martin.
What?
Oh,
Apparently,
you crit
yes, you are.
for an additional 0. How'd you crit
That
for
is-
0?
I don't think that macro is set up properly.
No, I don't think it is either.
But,
Did you not fill in the crit damage column?
No, I didn't. What
There we
what
go.
goes there?
Weapon damage again. Another die of weapon damage. So D8 or it's a D8 for rapier.
I
So-
would just
Okay.
roll it manually again. Just a 1d8 plus. I guess it's 1d8 plus 3 plus 2.
No, it's just one.
It's
No,
the damage.
it'll be
right?
2d8.
Yeah, 2d8 plus mods.
Yeah. So roll an extra d8.
I was talking, and my thing was.
Eight
Celia,
damage.
please.
God damn
How do
it.
you get some damage here? What the hell? That was a pretty dinky. So you did crit though. So you hit this guy, and you hit him like you stab him like right between the ribs. It sort of gets caught on his armor, so it doesn't nearly go as far in as you would have liked to cause as much damage as you want. But he doesn't even seem to react. He just looks down at you and just gives you another little smile again, and gives you a little laugh, like he's not even phased.
Grr.
That was
So,
I'm
Pretty
gonna action
intimidating
surge
laugh.
attack him again.
yeah. Oh, we're gonna action surge. Okay, so yeah, will spur you on to
Maybe we'll see
attack
how
him
this goes.
again.
Good luck.
Go for it.
and
And another minimum damage.
Another one.
Well, you do hit him though. So you take another one and you stab at him again in almost the exact same spot, and it is the exact same reaction. At this point, he's just laughing openly at you, like, "You're barely tickling me over here. What's wrong with you?"
This guy's a lot of
Um,
health.
Yeah, and he what's
Should
that?
kill his goons.
Yeah, well, that might make him madder. What if it gives him extra powers when his minions die?
I've seen things that do that.
Hmm.
It's not nice. It's not nice.
So I'm gonna respond with an attack. And both of them are gonna miss you. He's gonna take 2 swipes at you, but you manage to duck out of the way of one, and the other one sort of lands harmlessly, swiping at the grass in front of you.
Laugh back at him.
with your squeaky little Ophelia voice.
There are advantages to being this small.
And he responds, "Oh, that's easier."
I didn't understand that.
No.
What?
Something about the grass easier.
No, I said, Morris, you hear the bandit captain over there say something that sounds like he can crush her easier.
Oh
And you're
no.
like, uh-oh. Again, you're sort of listening to this interesting conversation. So now these bandits over here are still fighting with Henri and getting frustrated that they can't. I mean, this guy seems like a pretty, prissy, frail-looking dude, but he's just like going all super dex fighter kind of is what it sort of looks like against them. And just
Turns out he's a
parrying.
7th level 2-handed ranger.
It could be, and he's just going crazy. Like he seems to be like in the zone right now, and he's madder and madder throughout this whole combat. But his face is just like this mask of angry concentration, and he easily parries their 2 attacks, and sort of takes the opportunity to even sort of shunt one back and throw his attack sort of back at him. And the guy stumbles. Yeah, he's like in the zone. He is fucking pissed. So Sorthyn, your turn.
All right. I'm angry. I'm gonna run 5, 10, 15. Right over to there. And say, "Stop hitting my friend," and frostbite that bandit captain.
That's a very convincing argument.
I like that you went, "Stop hitting my friend," ignored the 2 guys fighting Henri.
Yeah, I just realized the implication of that one.
Oh, I can't cast it 3 times.
I'm sure Henri would accept that excuse and be fine with that.
That's just a cantrip. Technically, you can. Just not all.
Just not all at once.
It's really a 14 save?
Yep.
Okay.
That's not much.
Well, in 5e, it's somewhat significant.
It's a cantrip, so I mean, like,
especially for
you have
lower
to,
level.
yeah, you have to balance out the fact that you can do it infinitely.
Mhm. Yeah, so this thing of frost, just this little cloud of frost that you shoot out, poofs against the bandit captain, and he doesn't even seem to react to it. He just like shakes it off with almost no effort at all.
I cry.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I got to be decrementing these counters I have running. Oh my god. Okay, that's done. Okay, so now there's would be birthday, but there's also so suddenly Ophelia you hear footsteps running up, and from the side of you, this fellow looking much like his bandit comrades appears from out of the fog.
Where did it come from?
They were the
Yeah,
ones
so this
chasing me.
is probably freaking you out a
I
little bit at this point, because like, oh boy, wait, there's more of these guys.
But so if there's no attacks of opportunity for spellcasting in combat, is there attacks of opportunity for using ranged weapons in combat?
You just have disadvantage on attack rolls on targets within 5 feet of you, unless you take crossbow expert feat.
Mm-hmm. Now, he's going to attack you, Ophelia. And you'll be able to, you're surprised at him appearing, but your combat skills are such that you're able to quickly regain your composure and easily dodge his very, to you, someone who's a little more experienced and nimble, seems like a very slow, unwieldy attack. So you're able to easily dodge that. So Goloff has, at this point, noticed Masson run past him and go over to his boss, and he grunts in anger, and he moves up to you, and you see him appear out of the fog behind you, and we'll hide areas, whatever. Sorthyn. I don't know. It would seem weird if he did. He's blind.
Did he roll a save?
Sound.
Birthday didn't make his save last time.
How long does it last?
1 minute.
1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to hit. What's his ugly? Jedward. Break his concentration.
Jedra. Mm-hmm.
Jedra.
So he takes the opportunity to talk to you, Masson. What are you doing?
Saving him. He's dying.
No thanks to you. Unhand him now.
I'm a cleric of the Mistress of the Beautiful House. I'm your best hope.
He holds his maul up threateningly and says, "Don't you dare talk to me about hope. Drop my boss now." He doesn't seem to be convinced. But he doesn't seem to want to attack you right away either. I mean, you do have his boss in your sort of clutches, as he might describe it. He seems to be blocking your path.
I am...
And since you're going next, this is going to be sort of a little bit of a showdown between you and Gloff. I mean, it doesn't not like necessarily a fighting showdown, but however this sort of resolves, one or the other of you might attack, or one or the other of you might resolve this in some way. So this is sort of just between you and him for a second.
Uh-huh.
Terry seems a little out of his element, right? He's probably still trying to figure out how to load it properly.
All right.
It's probably fair.
You maybe hear his voice sort of over the sounds of combat rising. There's something about him asking how you load this thing. Henrietta, help me with this.
Okay, I'm going to... Okay, yeah. I'm going to drop Mundigus, spin around, and with my scythe coming up and beginning to glow, point at Gloth and cast command.
Okay.
Assist.
Ooh, scary. So yeah, the spell hits him dead on, and we'll see what he says. Yeah, the spell just hits him, and he just like shocks him, and his body, seems like a tremor goes through him, and he just sort of suddenly he stands stock still for a moment, and then his maul sort of goes slack at his side. And he looks at you, and he looks at Mundigus, and he's thinking about how to sort of do this. And then he looks at the maul, and he just sort of awkwardly forces his hand to open and drops it, and sort of robotically walks over, bends down, and grabs Mundigus right out of your hands and hefts him straight up on his shoulder. He says, assist.
Then I lead him out into the like camp, out into the open.
Okay. So both of some Gloff carrying Mundigus is gonna be like right here. And how long does this last?
One round.
That
round.
That
Okay.
round. Technically, it would be his next turn, I think.
Yeah, until the
because
start
it
of
happened
next
on my
turn.
Okay.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me read it. You speak a one-word command to a creature you can see within range. The target must succeed wisdom saving throw or follow the command on its next turn. The spell has no effect. The target is undead. Understand the language. Right. So it's technically his next turn. Is when he would do that. But
Well, mechanically, I was thinking he was going to sort of hold his action to see what you would do
okay,
before
then
deciding to attack. So
I guess
basically, when his
that-
action then comes around, then he does it.
yeah, that works too.
Okay, so that was your guys' turns. Morris, this halfling has still got it, both of his hands up, open palmed in a sort of mage fighting stance.
Hey, where'd your boss go?
Hey, where did your boss go?
I don't know.
No,
Would you have been able to see that?
I would. Well, I mean, I would have seen
don't
the
think so.
glows sort of
Oh yeah, that's sort of Peter
saunter
away.
off, but other than that, not really, and I don't really care.
Okay,
You're kind of
but you could say
engaged
that.
right now.
if
No.
you would have noticed the glows moving away. So, and you heard the command word. I mean, everyone heard that sort of booming word, and you would have heard Gloff say,
And that probably would have been
assist.
a big glowing, like a bit of a golden glow emanating
Yeah.
from where I was.
Yeah, so you could reasonably guess, if you care, you could reasonably guess what happened. But
Nah, I'm just gonna stab him.
okay,
Now that I know how short he is.
right. We'll see if this helps you out.
Crits. Pretty close. That's pretty good.
Not so much on the offhand.
That's okay. So yeah, you catch him very easily with the one attack, and the other one goes a bit awry and just barely misses him. So, and he hisses at the sort of cut you made across the side of him. You bastard!
Make the concentration save for birthday.
It's not a concentration for blindness
It's not
deafness.
concentration? Really? Ah, that's
But he
so
has to make it
frustrating.
for the fog, I think.
He does have to make it for the fog.
Ooh.
Right? It's concentration, right? Yeah, it is, boy.
Concentration up to an hour. Jeez.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
it's
can be a really
fog.
rough.
Okay, he makes the save, so.
Okay.
Fog does not dissipate.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
this box actually still needs to be filled back in. I just
Oh, yeah.
realized.
Yeah, whatever. I added some boxes over here, so.
It moved.
Yeah, it's shifting a little bit. It can shift with the wind. If Jedra is not explicitly holding it. And he's worried about this old dude in front of him. So Henri is still fighting. He'll make his attacks. Oh boy. Oh baby, a critical.
Nice.
Let's see. So yeah, max damage. Great. So
Nice.
Ooh, that's gonna be painful.
so the one bandit parries the one attack, and he uses the sort of momentum to swing around and just whoosh, send this deep slice across the middle of the other bandit, and the bandit immediately it's such a grievous wound. The bandit immediately drops to the ground, and he's down and bleeding. And then with that, he
Give Henri
turns.
a high five.
He wouldn't really be worried about your high five right now. With that, he turns to the other bandit that's facing him right now, and seems to be, have some bloodlust in his eyes, like he's still going full combat mode.
Which one was
Jedra is-
down? Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I should mark it. Mark it. All right, there we go.
A bazaar.
That's the one that's down. Okay, so next is going to be Jedra's turn, and he is going to. Let's see, what is he going to do? It doesn't matter. He's going to sort of disturbed by that hit you made on him. He's going to back off and disengage and run off somewhere into the fog. And he maybe tries to send a wild spell back, but it goes completely awry. It doesn't even get close to you.
Just more glowy special effects in the fog.
Right, exactly. Just another like a little purplish bolt comes like flying a couple feet past to the side of your head.
We are throwing the best rave inside this fog, by the way.
There's a lot of cool. Yeah, if you can just imagine or envision it in your head, it looks pretty damn cool.
Just any smoky Star Wars fight, basically.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so one more thing I want to do real quick before we. Well, it doesn't really matter. So anyway, Ophelia, your turn. You're pretty well surrounded. Henri is there to help ostensibly, but he doesn't seem to have even noticed that you're really in trouble. He's totally focused on these two guys he's been fighting. I don't know if
The
he
big guy
characterizes as
doesn't
being
look
in
too
trouble,
hurt.
but the big guy is definitely the biggest threat right now.
He doesn't look too hurt,
No,
right?
I mean he's taking some damage. He's got like maybe a little trickle of blood where you stabbed him a little bit, but doesn't even seem like he felt it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep swinging at him. Try to keep his attention.
All right. All right. That's gonna hit. And
Better damage, yeah.
yes, this one is a much more direct hit, and you hear like a sound of your sword scraping against like a buckle or something on his armor as you stab it into him. And this time he makes a visible grunt like like he's abused you actually. Yeah, no, that'd be funny. Then he instantly drops dead. Like he was just faking it the whole time. He's almost like sadistically happy that you managed to get at least a decent strike off on him. Like he's going to this bloodlust. It seems like the longer you fight him.
Totally barbarian.
And so he's going to respond with his own attack. And and again, he makes two quick swipes at you. You manage to dodge one, but he catches you again for 7 damage. How much health do you have left, by the way?
That takes me to 7.
Okay. I keep rolling 7 damage for him, so.
Next time you get 6.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So, next, this bandit is going to attack Henri. And he misses. Henri parries it easily. Now that he's not even distracted. He seems almost gleeful that the guy even tried to attack him and he got a chance to parry it and sort of show him who's boss. Meanwhile, Morris, you're sort of in the fog. You've just seen Jedra run off, and you're almost you're maybe trying to sort of intuit where he might have gone off to, and suddenly you hear steps approaching you from the side, and a guy runs right into you, like he was like running through the fog and didn't even see you, and he just rams right into you, and you both sort of stumble off against each other like bumper cars, sort of bouncing off each other. And reveal. This other bandit runs into you. He says, "Oh, there you are," he says. And he seems a little happy to have found you and takes a swing at you. And what's your AC again?
My AC is 15.
Okay, and so it takes 6 damage. Yeah. Ugh. He gets you. Sorthyn, your turn.
All right, I'm going to run over to the bandit captain right there and smash an oil flask on his feet and light it on fire.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Nice.
How much damage does this do?
I believe fire damage like that just does a d6 damage for some amount of turns. I'm not sure.
So long as he is ignited.
Yeah.
And then I assume he gets reflex saves to put it out.
That's what I was thinking to do, if there isn't already a rule. So, okay. So you can do
I have
that.
to roll to do that or anything?
I feel like you probably should, right? It should be like throwing an object.
I
mean,
bet
but
it
you're
would
right
be
next
like-
to him.
I bet it'd be like an improvised weapon attack.
Yeah, just make dexterity attack roll without your proficiency bonus. Oh, well, you got him. So, yeah, you light that thing on fire, and it seems to go up pretty fast, almost like he was covered in some sort of flammable material, like he's covered in like grease or oil or something. It might have been just his natural state, covered in some nasty material. Just happens that this is flammable enough that and that the oil helps it along, of course. And he just goes up in flames, and he yeah. So what do you say?
Then I'd say, build a man a fire, he'll be warm for a day. Set a man on fire, and he'll be warm for the rest of his life.
And he spins on. Damn, man, he be dead. And,
What?
And
should I start like translating?
Yeah, he says, and you hear him say, you hear that exchange, and you also hear him respond, screaming in pain but angrily. And if you kill a man, he'll be dead. So this guy's not very articulate, but whatever. So this will come back to you.
Do I roll the d6 of fire damage, or do you do that?
You can do it. Okay, so he takes 4 damage. He's getting major heatenings right now.
He's having hot flashes.
Oh, no, he's having hot flashes. Like that picture of, what's his face? Wait, what's the picture of the heatenings? Everyone knows about this?
The what?
This thing. It's a famous image.
I mean, I probably have seen it. I just don't know what it's called. No, but yeah. Yeah. Wow. Wow.
That's what he looks like a little bit right now. But anyway, so he's on fire. So whatever. And this other bandit notices his boss is on fire and sees the guy who set him on fire just over his shoulder through the fog, because you're sort of out of the fog at that point. So his instant reaction is to run away from here, and he'll feel you're going to get an opportunity attack.
Hey.
I would have figured he would have looked more like this, maybe, but maybe that's just me.
Oh, you don't hit him.
Jeez. Damage.
So
is
he slips away, and you just scrape the back of his.
Is that another one
armor.
for damage?
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
That's our
Stop.
third one for damage this fight.
So he's going up to you, and He says, "Oh, you set my boss on fire!" And he swings a thing at you. Swings a scimitar at you, and you take 6 damage. Unless your AC is 22 or higher, you take 6
No,
damage.
it's 12.
Ugh.
Yeah, you rolled a 19. Thankfully, is it? Oh yeah, so you will manage to maintain the.
Hold on, how did I get a +6 +4?
Yeah, what is up with that anyway?
I just did Constitution saving throw.
Do you have something that gives you like double proficiency bonus on it?
Oh, bless at the moment.
Oh, plus 1d4.
That's right. Yes, it
That's
is.
right.
It's
I remember
saving
putting that
throw.
in for the
Did it
save
roll the
throws.
4?
Apparently.
Oh. Well,
Can
I
you
wouldn't
add
even
that
need it.
in somehow?
If you go
On
to your
the-
sheet and add it.
Yeah, on the
Yeah,
bonus
but-
penalties, I did melee attacks, ranged attacks, and saving throws.
And you rolled a 4. Very good.
So, and how much damage did I take? Was that 6?
6 damage.
I say to him, "You're next."
And he gives you a squint-eyed look, like he's ready to face you down no matter what you do. So yeah, okay.
Oh
so
yeah.
now
Hold on,
birthday.
I'm gonna test something real quick. Gonna see if I have it set up right for my own rolls. Oh yeah, it did roll another 1d4.
Oh yeah,
Cool.
and it's not doing 4 all the time because you got +4 then +1, so it works. It's actually rolling too.
So yeah,
Great.
you just
Very
put
cool.
1d4 or 1d whatever into your bonus sheet.
Y'all are on top of things. All right.
Yeah, spells. Woo.
Ooh, this is a long ass combat. I knew it was going to be long, but
I mean,
I was
if
already
Yeah.
stealing myself.
We got a
18
lot
dudes
of
at
people.
us.
hmm I think we're doing pretty well for considering how massive this is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're 2 hours in, and it
Um,
looks like
I was playing the encounter. I was like, I'll come back with let's say 5 bandits, and I realized in practice how much extra work that is. Telling you guys.
Oh, so there are only 5 confirmed. No reinforcements.
And on top of that, we have all
Well, now there are,
this,
motherfucker.
like, all these crazy modifiers going on, and this fog, and
Hey, let me summon a fire Atronach right here.
No
Couple
summons.
Daedra.
No summons. I'm making. Okay.
I
Birthday's
mean,
turn, and he made his con save. Oh my gosh. Was it a con save? It was a con save, yeah.
Druid versus Druid warfare. That's what happens. It's 5,000 summons. It's terrible.
And Birthday, what does he do? He sort of shakes the blindness off, and he squints for a second and looks around and
Can I
surveys the
speak to him
battlefield.
before
Yeah.
he does something?
Yes, sure.
Birthday.
But Birthday. He
Restrain.
swizzles to look at you.
Restrain him. I point at the half orc. By the way, is Mundigus still on the guy's shoulder, or has he been put down?
He just dropped him on the ground.
Good enough.
he also doesn't have
Tell
his
him to restrain the
right?
half orc.
No, yeah, he dropped it in the fog somewhere.
Yeah, his club's like over
You
here.
can see
somewhere.
if you're wondering about whether he'd be armed, you can look at him and see he has a dagger and a scabbard at his side, but beyond that, he doesn't seem to be armed.
You should probably also tell like the group behind us to be like, hey, watch after them, make sure they don't do anything stupid.
I do have a plan here that's been in
Oh,
motion
well.
for like 3 rounds now. So
The long game.
the long con.
the 3-round con.
Yeah. So that's what happens when you
18
have
whole seconds.
Yeah,
Well, I
this
mean,
is
when
going
you-
on super fast. Yeah.
when you have a 19 wisdom, you can have plans that last 19 seconds.
Is that true? Is that written somewhere?
That's the rules.
Think 19 seconds ahead. Okay,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
so Birthday doesn't. He's looking around and tries to take a quick look at the battlefield. He just sees a wall of fog in front of him, and then Mundigus down on the ground, and Gloff standing over him behind him. Gloff seemingly unarmed, so he in his evaluation, it seems like what you're saying is a pretty decent idea. So he dashes over, and as he's dashing over, he gives you a look and sort of shrugs, like, birthday! Like, how do you want me to do it?
I don't care.
Longsword
Witcher
through the
can't
neck
do
is
stuff.
always a good restraining.
Death is the best restraint.
I don't. Well, my thing is, I don't think he can one shot him. I need him out commission for this next turn. After that, I don't care.
So Gloff is just standing there looking dead-eyed down at Mundigus because he seems to feel like he's fulfilled his assist command, and he's just sort of looking down dead-eyed. And suddenly, Birthday decides he'll run up behind him and sort of kick at the back of his legs to knock him down on his knees. And Gloff doesn't even react or put up a fight. He just thuds to the ground down onto his knees, and Birthday grabs him, a huge muscular arm. But Gloff is pretty tough on his own. So Birthday slings an arm around him over his shoulder and with his shield, sort of like pinning him between his shield and the front of his chain shirt, and puts the sword at his throat to sort of hold him there, like, don't do anything or I could kill you.
Perfect.
So that's what he decides to do. And he reacts pretty quickly, too. So if you're wondering whether Birthday has any skill, it seems like he's at least skilled enough to think of that on the fly. So anyway, just about as that happens, and Birthday puts him in this position, Gloff comes to, and he looks around and instantly reacts violently to being realized he's sort of held in this hostage position, and sort of struggles for a second, and Birthday jabs the sword a little bit closer to his neck and says, "Birthday, don't try it." And he looks at him and says, he growls at him and says between teeth, "Give our kind a bad name, tiny brain." He's, "Birthday." And he doesn't care, just shut up. So he growls but seems to acquiesce and realize he isn't really able to do anything here, and he turns his gaze down and looks at Mundigus and just sort of stares at him and tries to figure out if he's okay. He notices that Mundigus is breathing, obviously. You can see his chest heaving, and he's got some burn marks across him, and he's got the arrows still sticking out of his back, so he's not doing too good, but at least he's breathing, and Gloff is satisfied by that, so he seems to calm down for at least a moment. Masson, your turn.
Okay. I am going to grab Mundigus and pull him by his shoulder up to I'm kind of in a crouching thing, and pull him up close to me and bring my scythe down so the curved blade is just under Mundicus's throat, and project my voice out onto the battlefield. "I have your payday. Drop your weapons and scatter, or it's definitely gone, and you'll be with it."
And so yeah, you can shout that loud enough for everybody to hear.
And
the reaction.
Anyone that can see over here can see that I clearly,
I don't
have
think anyone.
their boss.
Nobody can
maybe
see,
no
actually.
one can, but if they care to look, and I have it.
Terry and Henrietta and the
position.
dwarves can see it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, they can see it, but this guy is blocked by the tent. This guy's in the fog. This guy's in the fog. This guy's in the fog with Ophelia. This guy's in the fog.
Everybody's in the fog or right next to the fog.
Yeah. So nobody can really see. Everyone who is in combat with a bandit or with the big tough bandit right now can sort of see that there's a reaction where they look over and they're thinking, a little confused or something, like they hear that, but they're too preoccupied with the fighting at hand to
Here's the
because
thing,
they can't
though.
see anything for themselves. What's that?
Yeah. I would like to roll a persuasion on that.
Yeah, you can do it as persuasion if you'd like
Okay.
to make it more persuasive than intimidating.
And
Yeah, because
do
you're
it the
using
other
the
way.
angle of hey, you're going to lose your pay, instead of you better stop or else I'll kill this guy.
Well, here's the other thing. If I didn't have him, I would have to roll a deception. Because I myself know I'm lying, but now
Yeah.
it's a persuasion, so I don't have to do a deception. And I'm
Okay,
better at
roll
persuasion.
roll persuasion. And we won't roll for every
And I do
bandit or
all that
anything.
preparation for that, and I roll poorly.
Let me see, 1 plus 2. Okay, so the one of the bandits, this one over here, this closest to you, seems to react to that at least, and Henri, he's fighting wildly with Henri.
Master swordsman apparently in front of him.
He's fighting wildly with Henri and losing, and that seems to have got him to a point in his mind where he's sort of looking for a way out. So he says, "No, hold up. What's he saying there?" And Henri says, "I don't care what he's saying. Either drop your weapon or I'll kill you now." And he says, "What? He says, boss, what do you got up there, boss? What's going on, boss?" And the guy doesn't seem to be very intelligent. He's just this one muttering weirdness. So the bandit doesn't even seem to respond to his pleadings of his minion there to tell him what's going on. But the guy sort of puts his hands up and backs away from Henri, and Henri doesn't attack him because he seems to be surrendering, but Henri will, well, he can't really, it's out of his turn, but he looks over at you and says, "Hey boss, you got the Mundagus, boss?" And the guy still doesn't react, but this guy seems to be trying to yell in the general direction of his boss that something is afoot with Mundagus. But for lack of ability to convince him, he says, "Because he said about the pay, boss." And then that seems, Ophelia, you see that seems to catch his ear. The bandit captain, who was just now, the bandit captain's actually a little distracted right now. He's on fire. So
Yep.
he's actually not gonna. Now that I think about this, he's not really in a position to care. He's just trying to put himself out and fight the people that are fighting him right now. So this guy, unfortunately, the voice of reason here in this whole thing is not going to be listened to. But it will give Henri a chance to. We'll see what Henri does. Okay, so that was the effects of that. Essentially, we got one guy to sort of hesitate.
I pull him into disarray. Okay, it's something.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what the effects were long term.
Also, I captured Glove. So
yeah, you captured Glove. Okay, Morris, your turn.
Oh, I think I was muted. I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, you were muted.
I'm going to go ahead and make several rude comments about this man's pedigree and his mother's his sister and such, and other such typical rude things to say. And I'm going to start attacking him with my swords
in a redneck fashion, I'd imagine.
As one does.
Of course. Do you also tell him to get off your lawn?
Okay, so the oh boy,
rolls are not good today. I gotta
well,
say.
one of them does hit, and you did you do max damage with that too?
I did do max damage.
Well, that's not bad. You hit him and did max damage. You asked for it, damn it. So
a roll over 10. I have a plus 6 on these attacks.
That's true. Oh yeah, they're dex attacks. So yeah. Well, in any case, one of the attacks does hit this guy, and you give him a good thrust at this point, and it you sink it into him directly, and it looks like it did some major damage to him, and he sort of he stumbles back and clutches the wound, and he seems like he's on the verge of giving up at this point because he looks horribly injured. Still on his feet, but like he could literally drop at any moment. So Henri, so Ophelia, are you just still focusing on this bandit captain, or do you want help at this point?
I don't know what I can do to help. I mean, I'll he's on fire.
Yeah, he's on fire.
Just keep attacking the on fire man.
Yeah.
All right, so Henri's turn at this point. Henri holds one of his machetes aloft in a threatening gesture, pointing directly at the bandit that stepped away from and walks him right down and says, "Drop your weapon right now." And the bandit seems to be unsure of it himself, and he oops. Oh, this is from another server I'm in. And he's looking over at Mundigus, and he looks over at Henri, and he says, and he thinks for a second, he says, screw this, and he swings his machete, but Henri catches it between, or he swings his sword rather, and Henri catches it between his two and just kicks him square in the chest and knocks the guy down, and the sword flies out of his hand. And so at this point, the guy seems to be out of commission. He's on the ground and disarmed. So we'll give him one of those. At this point, Jedra comes skidding out of the mist. He seems like maybe he was lost in there. He was thinking of doing something else. He comes sort of like skidding on his heels once he comes out of the mist and comes out into the scene.
My scythe, like, hey.
Yeah, and does the little arm wave thing to slow himself down, and he looks at Masson, and he looks at Birthday, and he looks at his two associates on the ground, both with blades to their necks, and he just sort of says, "Damn it, Mundungus!" Or sorry, I said it wrong. Mundungus! You damn fool, wake up! And of course, this does not wake Mundigus up. He's not in any position where words are going to wake him up at this point. He's just out.
Funny enough, only I can.
Gloff, what happened? And Gloff just shakes his head and looks at him like, I'm not, you got to think about helping yourself at this point. He just gives him this look like, don't help me. And wait a second. I think he has a spell he can use. Hang on.
This ought to be good.
More fog.
Thunderwave.
It's going to be funny if he decides to make the terrible mistake of going into a willpower fight with me.
So he's thinking about what to do, and he looks back and he says, "Gloff, you gonna be okay?" And Gloff just shrugs as best he can, and says, "Just do what you have to do, Jedra." He says, Mundigus really screwed us, didn't he? He says, I should say so. And he sighs and he says, well, these people got their damn pay. And he turns around and jaunts off into the fog like he's running away. And he disappears into the fog, and he doesn't seem to make any attempt to rescue them. So he disappears. Ophelia, your turn.
So this guy's still pretty on fire, right?
He's on fire. He hasn't had a chance to put himself out yet.
Yeah. I'm gonna move so that I'm opposite Sorthyn to get flanking.
Yeah, there you go.
I think you already had it before.
Nope. He has to be directly
exact
across.
Okay.
There's no, yeah.
3.5 is a little bit more generous with that.
Yep.
And then, yeah, I'm just gonna attack him. He doesn't seem to be paying attention to much.
Hang on.
Hey!
Damn it!
Hey!
Did I hit though?
Oh,
It's
full
not
damage.
A 1.
Yeah, the question is, did you hit him though? I actually
Yeah.
don't know. Let me see. Yes, you did hit him.
Hey!
Just barely.
Hey!
So you, this flaming, this muscular turd of a man, because he smells like one.
He's a
you
flaming
stab
turd
him.
now.
He's basically a flaming
Oh,
turd.
wonderful.
I don't want to say it helps the smell, but so he's going to take that damage, and at this point he doesn't seem to have that same air of confidence about him. He looks like he's pretty well beat up. So he takes a heavy hit, and he's dropped to the ground at this point. And let's see, save. Yeah, so he drops to the ground and sort of rolls through a bunch of brush as completely ignoring the fact that he got stabbed pretty nastily there, which he's been doing pretty well. But you can see that he's getting to be pretty well covered in blood and, of course, fire. So, but he's dropped to the ground and he rolls, put out the fire on him, and he's just sort of laying there on the ground panting. And this
I'll
other
say-
bandit's still focused. What's that?
I'll say, drop your weapon. We've got your bot.
And he'll look back out and say, he says, "Not about today."
Still don't know what you're saying.
Yeah. So he just, I don't know. So this bandit is preoccupied with attacking Sorthyn. And your AC is 15?
12.
Oh, 12. Okay.
No
He hits you
armor.
for 5. He hits you for 5.
My friend, you need mage armor.
I'm planning to equip some medium armor soon.
Oh, do you get medium armor?
Yeah, Favored Soul gives me
Oh,
light
okay.
and medium armor as proficiencies. I just don't have the money to purchase any currently.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we need to get paid for this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, remember, there were some interesting revelations before, but we'll come back to that.
I mean, if nothing else, there's probably quite a bit of gold on these guys put together. If not them, then Mundagus, I'm sure, has a purse on them.
That's a good
We can
idea.
hope.
I
Or,
mean,
they did come up with a huge cart full of a bunch of stuff. So
yeah. So I mean,
More
I-
supplies, we can extend the dig.
yeah, right, pretty much.
that
Which
would be a
also
very
should
nice
extend our
reward.
pay, I believe.
It wouldn't.
Well, I think we've
depending what they
earned
have.
more than our fair share at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, you haven't earned any hardcore coin. Ophelia found a thing. She can, I think, and you found
Well,
a magic item.
Yeah,
So
I was
that's
about to say,
also
we
that.
found one of the best magical utility items ever.
Yeah, and I didn't just give it to you either. It was on the table. Yeah, the shin break. Yeah, you can call it that from now on too. That's what it was, really. So you took your 5 damage, Sorthyn?
Yep, I'm at 7.
Okay. So really,
Oh,
bandits doesn't
okay.
turn around and attack you. He might knock you the fuck out. Okay. Your turn to it. Oh yeah, actually, this bandit's gonna attack you, Morris. He's got to attack you yet. He's desperate right now because he's like a fight or flight, and he makes a weak swing at you with his sword, but it's completely ineffectual. You're able to just sidestep it with the greatest of ease. So, Sorthyn, now it's your turn to attack.
That's fortunate because I am
roll
made of
1d6.
Yeah, I know.
Alright, I'm going to yell at both of them, surrender or die. Oh,
don't.
not deception, but I'll use that roll. Same bonus as it was supposed to be
Oh, same
intimidation.
ones. Okay, they don't seem intimidated.
Alright.
They're hardcore bandits. I mean, this guy's already
They've
sort of
heard
been.
it before.
They've probably heard that before. They know what's up. They know what the time is.
Alright,
Wow.
and then
So-
their
Wow,
boss,
used
who
money.
was doing the stop, drop, and roll maneuver, is getting
Yeah,
attacked
you're-
twice. I'm gonna dagger him twice, if that's acceptable.
Dagger him twice?
Yeah.
Oh, two daggers. Okay,
Yeah.
and you get advantage on both of them. He's prone.
And then a 1d6
And
for
flanked.
fire.
No, and you add 1 d4 to attack roll too, so you're basically guaranteed to hit this guy.
I don't know how you did
Yeah.
0 piercing, but
That's
Zero.
impressive.
Why did it
Nice,
roll
nice
0?
zero
What?
damage,
There
my
you go.
friend.
Oh, I forgot to do that.
This damage here rolled 1d4 plus 2. Oh, yeah, okay, that's dagger damage.
Yeah.
yeah.
Why'd you roll 1d6? Okay.
For the
1d6
fire
for
damage.
fire.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Well, no,
unless
his
he
fire
put
is
that
out.
out.
His fire
He
is
put that out,
He only
yeah.
took
Oh
one.
yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, never mind.
So I did 5 damage with my dagger attacks.
Yeah. So he'll take 5 damage. You just take the opportunity. I mean, he's just sort of sitting there looking up at Ophelia, and you just take the opportunity to shank
Just,
him a little bit.
Start stabbing. It's like,
A little
why
shank.
me?
A little
little.
friendly shanking.
Yeah, a little. That's how I describe it. Yeah.
He looks at the sky. Looking hard, real pretty today. Just get stabbed a couple times.
Why does that happen every time?
And that doesn't kill him, and I'm like, well, shit.
He is a big, beefy guy. Like, your daggers are like poking him with needles, it almost feels like. He's intimidating. So Birthday is just holding his action right now for Gloff. Make sure Gloff doesn't do anything. So Birthday's hanging out with Masson. So that's everybody. And now Masson, it's your turn.
Yep. Let's see. What do I have left to throw at these buffoons that want to keep this going? I'm out of level 1 spells, for one.
Dip into those level 2.
I don't have any level 2 yet.
Oh, yeah.
I wish. That'd be nice. That'd be really nice. After this fight, I think I would be, maybe? I don't remember. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're going
We're doing milestones.
milestone, yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind, I have no
it's
idea.
me just deciding when you
Yeah.
It's
to
just,
level
you
up,
know,
based on
no,
when
well,
it's thematically appropriate.
Hey, do you think I'm level 2 or level whatever yet?
I will not say. We'll find out at the end of this.
Okay, so what's the range on it? It's 60. Oh, actually, I don't know if I can do that. Where are they? They're in the fog. I can't do that. Actually,
You can just
yeah.
shoot wildly, but you also might hit more.
Well, I was gonna go for the whole cluster of nonsense that I can still hear going on with Sacred Flame, which technically comes from above downward. But
You can't
it
see
says
them,
I
though.
need, yeah, it says I need to be able to see them.
Yeah, okay.
I guess I'll do a.
Could always hit the guy with the sad face. Who's
He's on
kind
the
of
ground.
surrendered.
He's out of the fight. That would go
You
against
could,
my moral
Yeah,
code.
Henri has got him on the ground.
You could heal
Disarmed.
Henri if you have any healing.
I don't. Oh wait. Well,
That's your like big
I
Nova heal thing, right? That gets everyone up and
yeah, but I'm pretty sure I need to be able to see them for that too.
yeah, that's
Be
true.
able to select my allies.
So you could just move over there. You can hear the fight going on, so you know it's somewhere over in that direction. So if you just walk over, you have enough move speed. You have 6 squares you can move.
Yeah, I can definitely get over there. It's if I wanna. No, actually, nothing's gonna happen to Mundingus at this
No,
point.
he's laying there unconscious.
The low guy. No, he couldn't see
No,
through that. He can't see that through a
He just
fog.
started
He
sprinting
has
into
no
the
idea.
fog.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
The channel divinity actually says just choose any creatures within 30 feet of you. It doesn't say anything about needing to see them.
Oh, really?
It kind of makes sense because you are channeling your goddess's power and such.
That would be true.
That does actually reach everyone, which is impressive.
Channel divinity.
Yeah.
But it's well, if it says anyone within 30 feet, I mean,
The only downside would be
Well, you don't
I
need
can
to
only heal them up to half their health.
I mean, is anyone close to dying? Like everyone's kind of
I'm at
close to dying.
7.
I'm at
Me-
5.
I'm at 7.
Well, it depends. Are you under half health? Is the question.
Yes.
Yeah, everyone is. Well, not.
I'm-
5.
I am
Even Morris is.
actually-
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, I
how
can't
do you round?
from here.
What are you, Morris?
Do you round up? Because I'm at 5 out of 11. I don't have
Right.
much health.
That I guess would be
Yeah, that's below.
I would heal 1 health.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing: it's out of a pool of 10 HP divided between all of you. But Sorthyn, you're out of my range anyway. You're at
Yep.
35 right now.
You
Yeah.
can take a step
stand
forward.
on top of
Walk over
Mundigus.
him.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I'll
Or
drag.
swap over to his other side.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking something like that.
Like, just leave him there and just stand there.
Well, I kind of want him to be visible, but I could bring him. I guess I could just move upward and then put, drag Mundigus forward, and then, yeah, now I can hit all of you. Yeah, and then what's his face up here does something, like kicks me or whatever. All right, so yeah, I will then.
Where'd you move
do-
up to?
I moved to where Mundigus is to move Mundigus forward. Like, I
Oh.
want to keep him visible to the bandits and what's his face if he shows up again, the halfling.
Okay, where are you moving him to exactly?
Between me and the rock? Yeah, right there.
Right there?
Basically.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I will preserve life. So, sort between a lot of you, 10 HP.
Well, I can get at most 1.
So
I
you
can
get
accept
1.
2.
I'll just give you one. Yeah.
So there's
I
3,
get 2 also.
5.
And then the rest to Henri,
Henri.
I guess. If he needs any.
Henri is above half health, actually.
You could
Okay,
choose to give
and then-
Mundigus 1.
And wake
No.
him up? I don't want him woken up yet. Birthday's not under half. That'd be.
He didn't even take damage.
I don't think he
think.
even took damage. Yeah,
Nope.
and I'm at exactly half, so I can't take any. So, yeah, I don't think I want. Actually, do we want Mundigus awake?
Not yet.
That's what I'm thinking.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
he's
want
just
him
gonna
to
cause
wake up in
problems.
manacles or something.
Also, he would start talking. That's
Yeah,
annoying.
that's I can't that.
All right, yeah, we'll just do the 5 HP between a lot of them. They get a little bit of a boost as a sudden massive glow of golden light shines through the whole place again. Which, yeah.
All right, yeah, so you guys update all your. There's enough, so everyone gets back to half.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd rule for you, Morris. You can get ones because like round.
I don't know, 5.5.
Yeah, we'll just for your sake, just give you one.
Oh, good.
It's not like it's the biggest
It's
thing in
not
the
gonna
world.
make a difference if I
It's like,
take it.
no, you can't have that one. Rounding.
So Kat is a massive mathematician freak. Okay, she's very particular about the Dewey Decimal System.
That doesn't have anything to do with fucking math, but anyway. Okay, Morris,
That's
this
all.
poor fella in front of you is. So you feel a little re-energized. You're assuming that burst of light came from Masson, probably. So you feel pretty good about that. This poor bastard in front of you looks like he's barely on his feet at this point.
I'm assuming I heard the commotion over here because it's literally only like 20 feet away.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do is keeping this guy sort of at arm's length.
Yep.
I'll sort of swing around him a bit to see if I can get closer to whatever was going on up there.
Okay. So as you sort of reposition yourself, this little body comes dashing through the fog and runs right into you. And you're probably getting tired of people running into you at this point. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Just stab him.
So Jedra, like he's running at like top speed and it sort of bounces off you and he says, "Move, fucker!" And he
Wow.
just he's like zips past you. I don't know if you want to try and stop him.
Yeah, I'll attack him.
Okay.
Clothesline him. Trip him. Do a trip. Dare you to do a trip.
Does anyone want to go look up the rules for a trip attack? Because I
It
don't.
would be a shove action, which would require you to use athletics.
Am I any good at athletics? Let's
This is
find out.
based on strength.
Correct.
Strength.
I'm not great at athletics. Instead, I'll just try and kill him.
Okay, take a swipe. Pretty sure that hits him. Yes. So you do hit him for a decent amount of damage too. You both of your hits catch him, and you hear him yell, and because he just flings past you, and he's got this momentum going, and you catch him with both your swords as he goes by, and you go ah, and he sort of stumbles off into the fog somewhere.
So was that like an attack of opportunity, or did I use my action?
You used your
or
reaction to make an
my
attack of
reaction?
opportunity, so you still have movement, and you still have 5 squares of movement and an attack left. So you didn't hear him drop to the ground, but you hear him yell out in pain and stumble off into the
I
fog.
will send my other 2 attacks at this oaf.
All right, this motherfucker here.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
there.
very dead.
So you take 2. You take
Get
2
out of my
swipes.
way!
One swipe catches him across the middle of the chest. The other one catches him right across the throat, and there's just like this red spray of blood. And he just like freezes. His face is all bloody. Blood's dripping down his front. He looks at you right in the eye, and he was like coughs up a little bit of blood, and then face plants like right on the ground.
And then I will start, if I have any movement I can do, I will start heading down after the halfling.
Okay.
I don't know how far.
He went somewhere in this direction.
No, but how far can I move?
You've only
you can
moved
move
5 feet.
I moved
You
5.
move 5
so...
more squares, so
Oh, okay.
25.
Yeah, you've got your still 25.
Okay. So I will go sort of straight down to there, maybe? That's what, 1, 2, 3? I don't know. Is it going to be a pick a spot, and if I get lucky, I see him, or is it going to be I will see things as I move through the fog?
You'll see things as you move through the fog.
Okay.
Oops. So where did you? Oh yes. So you'll you don't see anything
moved
there
it
where you are.
somewhere into the black.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. You're sort of.
1,
Hang
2,
on.
3. I mean, at most I can move. This would be 4.
Oh, you found your token. You moved it successfully.
Yeah. It's the only thing I can click on.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right here, and you don't see anything.
There.
You don't see anything adjacent to you.
And then I will go down.
And you reveal Jedra, bloodied, leaning up against that stump. Just sort of panting. He hears you coming and just, oh, great. And he's got one hand occupied leaning, and the other one he raises sort of in a half-hearted attempt to defend himself like he's readying a spell or something.
I'll say enough. End this. We can stop this nonsense.
It's already over. I mean, your friends managed to get money, so I just thought I'd go for a little forest jaunt, if that's okay with you.
No, I think not. And
Well,
you saw the shot I can make. You won't get away.
Oh, you want to bet, fucker? And he spits out a little glob of blood from his mouth. And so that's sort of the end of the turn you can take at that point.
Yes.
So you're sort of in that situation together. So Henri is occupied with this guy, and he's knocked the sword away from him. So he sort of just kicks the guy over onto his back and points the sword at his neck and says, "Don't move." And he spins around and does an about face and runs up to help Ophelia. And meanwhile, this bandit captain is still on the ground. And he says to Ophelia, is sort of cockiness and impatience that seems a little inappropriate. He says, hasn't he surrendered yet?
He was too busy on fire.
Oh, well, marvelous.
What, do you want to take his weapon from him?
He says, not. I'd rather not get close to this steel creature if I could, but if it was possible to avoid it. But he leans down to the bandit captain and says, "Hello, did you hear? We have your employer, so you don't have to fight anymore." And the bandit captain just says through clenched teeth. Remember, he just got stabbed in the back twice, so he's not doing so great. He says from clenched teeth, he says, "I already got paid. It don't matter." And so he seems to say it doesn't paid. But Inanri says, well, you can't exactly use your money if you've been killed now, can you? Now, I see at least one of your men there has fallen apparently dead, and another one has been disarmed by myself. So, I don't think there's really anything else for you to do, but I think it would be fair. We wouldn't execute you at all.
He's turning into a very, very thin Mundingus.
Is he?
A little bit. He's slipping into his list a little
it's meant to be a bit of a regal accent in any case. So, but Mundingus has the specific quirk of his lisp, and he speaks a bit softer, without quite the same throatiness. So this is my Henri. This is the best I can do. Some voices will sound similar to one another, so plain when that does occur.
Well.
I mean, you add just a little bit of edgelord and you get Joffrey, so I mean, whatever.
Well, you take away the accent and raise it up about a half an octave, and that's Joffrey.
And then you throw in some whimsy. And
yeah, well, and Joffrey also doesn't use. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah.
Things he does.
He speaks very deliberately.
He never uses contractions, and yeah, he might pause a lot while talking. Anyway, I'm sorry I can't do 7 trillion voice, as I got a limited range.
You're not mad.
You're better than me.
I'm disappointed.
In any case, yeah. Well, I'm trying my best. Maybe I'll practice to get some better accents as we go on here. Give it a year. When I was, in any case, so the bandit captain is just sort of he's sort of is in this white knuckle.
Sorry.
What's that? What's up?
Did he pass his
reflex check to put out the fire?
No.
Jedra.
Did he pass to concentrate on the fog?
Oh yeah, I
On
didn't
the
check
2
that.
hits.
Oh,
Hit him
someone
for
drew on
lunch.
you. Oh, you drew on it so you know where you were. Hang on, let me reveal you more.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's fine because it was my bad not revealing. There we go.
Oh. Okay, there it goes.
Yeah, you're good. Okay. Whew. What was I gonna say?
Concentration check.
Oh, concentration check. Yeah. Yes, he did make it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you can't add. Well, I mean, it wouldn't have been very high damage anyway, so
No.
you can't add multiple hits together.
But he does make 2 separate concentration checks for each hit.
Yeah, my thing actually does. My macro rolls all their saves 2 times for advantage and stuff. So and he banked both of them. So I figured. Yeah. Okay, so what was I gonna say? So the bandit captain is clutching at the grass and sort of like growling through his teeth so hard you see like little flecks of spittle coming out, like it's like a vein is about to burst in his forehead. And he seems to consider this, and so while that's happening, it's Jedra's turn anyway. So, he says, so he's looking up at you. He says, "So you're just gonna keep me here, are you? You think you can keep me here?"
Do you think you can run?
I think so. And he seems to be gathering energy for a spell in that outstretched hand. And he looks at you and says, "I didn't want to hurt anybody. Let's be fair. I just following orders, right? I didn't do anything wrong. There's no reason to come after me. And the spell that this sort of white light he's been building up in his hand bursts sort of into like a bunch of little lights and flies back into him, and he glows bright white for a second. And he still seems to have this like faint glow even after it fades. But as he does that, suddenly, instantly, all the fog dissipates. Hang on. Instead of actually drawing over it, I'm just going to go change the settings to remove fog. Oops. Fog of war. There we go. Oh, it's dissipated.
Oh, and there's a dead body in the middle.
There's a dead body in the middle of it, yeah. And he said, he gives you a look like he's waiting for you to react to that for a split second before realizing it doesn't really matter. And he turns around and shoots off super fast, like so you see him jet off into the forest with like a disengage, and then he sort of, that white glow sort of bursts, gets even brighter for a second, and you see like he gets this unnatural burst of speed and runs off somewhere in the woods. So he's run away at this point.
Well and
Perhaps you could, yeah, he's definitely bleeding from at least one or two orifices. So
I think I stabbed him 4 times, 3 times.
yeah, he's like 3 times, I think. The amount of hit points he had left was consistent. But so perhaps you could check for a blood trail at some point in the future, and maybe you can track him down. But he's running off at a rapid pace, obviously assisted by a spell.
With his raven in tow, or his crow.
Yeah, well, he actually you didn't see the crow once you got to him in the fog. You assume he might have dismissed it or sent it away while he was in the something you didn't see. He hasn't had it by him. Maybe you can again look for that as well, or maybe he just sort of stored it.
I'll just sort of, scuff my nose and turn around and head back into the camp. Well, towards this commotion now that I see
Right,
this.
so you can see this clearly now, everything going on here. Okay, Ophelia, your turn.
Okay. I think Henri's got the captain handled, so I'm gonna go up behind that guy.
All right.
And point my sword at him and say, "Drop your weapon."
And now that you're behind this guy, and he sees his boss is down and not doing so good, he's got another guy dead next to him. He just sighs, and it's twirling between you and Sorthyn. Eventually gives up and drops the weapon and lets his hands hang at his sides.
I'll kick it away to make sure the captain can't reach it.
Good idea.
If I can.
Biggest still this captain fella. Okay. So next is this guy's turn. So he seems like he's building up and stewing into this ever increasing rage while he's sitting there on the ground, and it seems like just before it comes to a head, suddenly it just all disappears off his face, and he lets out this long, deep breath, which stinks, and he stands up from his prone position and throws his scimitar into the ground, so it's like sticking up out of the ground. Like he doesn't just drop it; he just wicks it into the ground next to him, and says, "I know what you're gonna be, boy. Did you find out, Senator?"
I will translate for them from across the way here.
All right. Did you understand me, or do you have to tell Morris what it said?
Someone walked into my room right at the moment.
Oh, okay, so it's a bad time. Yeah, he said essentially that they put up a good fight, they're decent adversaries, and they beat him fair and square.
I will say as such to the rest of everyone.
Okay, so now everyone knows what he said. Henri says, "Well, fine. I'm glad we've managed to earn your respect," he says with a little smile. And the captain does not enjoy that comment at all. And so this essentially ends the combat. So congratulations, guys. We'll have a little round of applause.
I wanted to give him another friendly shanking.
No. Well, there would be many more opportunities for shankings in the future. Okay, so that is the end of the combat, but we have another hour of play. So we can all take does everyone want to take maybe a break for a second?
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some water.
Take a breather. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, so we'll reconvene in we'll say 7 minutes.
All right. During this time, I'm going to go around and pick up all their weapons.
Okay, fine idea.
I'm gonna probably pull Monica's off his side and make sure he's well and truly tied up. Possibly gagged if I can find anything good for it too.
Okay. Yeah, you could find some scraps of cloth that you could use as a gag.
I probably motion for Birthday to do the same with what's his face.
Okay.
Is the cart still by the ruin? Well, I mean they didn't bring it in.
Well, hang on. Oh, I'm on break. Give me
Okay.
give me 7 minutes. Okay.
Let's
I'll
go
be
check
right-
out the cart.
Yeah, no. We'll tell you what's in the cart after this. We'll be right back.
All right.
I'm back.
Yeah, we're just on break until 5 before the hour, and then I'll be right back, ready to continue the DMing.
All right.
Well, I'm back. Oh, are you now?
That I am.
I'm back too.
Oh, man, I don't wanna. I end a 4-day vacation with tomorrow morning, and I don't wanna. Especially because I was busy for most of said vacation. Go figure. Didn't even relax that much.
At least you still get vacations.
Well, I mean, it's only really became a vacation because Thursdays, Thanksgiving, and then a Friday, my boss just didn't have any work for me. And then weekends, I normally got off. I know after this, I probably am not going to see another vacation or a vacation like that for 4 days. Probably not for a while. I mean, what did you mean by still have vacations?
I thought you were
Second.
still in school.
No, no, I'm a technician, and it's for a small alarm company. So, with it being Thanksgiving and Black Friday and everything, we just didn't have any jobs that I qualified for right now with all the ruckus.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I could have sworn you were like a junior in college.
Actually, if I had gone right into college, I would be a senior. No, I actually would have already. I think I would have already. Yeah, I would have already graduated. I would have just graduated from a 4-year. If I did a 4-year thing, so I'm 22.
Hey, folks.
23 in April.
Morris, could you chase
Hello.
down that caster real quick? I want his spellbook.
That would be great, but
I can't even
Almost
read
like
spellbooks like that.
oh
I just
yeah,
want
that's
it.
right.
I was about to say, aren't you a sorcerer?
No wizards around here. Okay.
I don't think the other one was a wizard
Oop,
anyway.
hold on one sec. Sorry.
Jedra's just Jedra.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
More
It's
like
just
Jerk.
strange hobbit magic or hobbit tricks. Tricksy hobbits.
Well, they're all spells from the book, but in any case. Okay, so first order of business is to probably figure out what the hell to do with these folks we got here.
Well, it would
So
probably
it's-
be tying
we
them
got-
up and then putting them off to the side and then have a big conference figuring
With
out what
what?
we're going to do with them.
What are you tying them up with anyway?
How much do we, I mean, how much rope do we have?
A bunch of rope.
You have 100 feet of rope in your supplies.
Okay.
You use that plant fiber. Plant fiber cordage. I remembered what it's called. The plant fiber cordage, not the rope, to make the alarms. So
I have some
Okay.
rope in my bag too.
I
If we
also
have
have rope.
100
okay.
feet of rope and we have what?
That's just in the
1, 2,
supplies. You
3,
guys have other bits of rope.
5? Yeah, the 100 feet, we could rope chain them together with the same piece of rope and we'd have enough rope. We'd have plenty of rope. Just to tie, just to
Oh,
tie
rope
their
chain
hands.
so you don't have to cut the rope.
Yeah, it'd be just tie their hands behind their back and string it between two trees or something.
Give him the old
Or just
chain
find
gang.
Just find a nice tree and have them all sit down next to it and tie them to the tree.
We don't want them too close together. They might be able to reach over and untie each other's wrists.
Put rock chalk between them.
Yeah,
Rock check gets guard duty now.
Rock Shack gets snack duty.
Mm.
I don't know if he would comply with that. I'm surprised he didn't run away in the whole
Yeah, I was
chaos.
about to
I was
say,
keeping an
surprised.
eye on his token. I was going to chase after him.
Anyway,
I'm gonna go check the cart. Make sure Jedra didn't run off with it.
Okay.
yeah, I advise, seeing that there's 5 of them that we have to do, we daisy chain them together between 2 trees. That way they can't get close enough to each other to help each other out. And they're all in a central, easy to guard location.
All right, so Ophelia, you can look at this cart, and the cart is there. The horse is not there.
Okay.
So the cart
It
was
was
left
just
behind.
one horse?
It was just one horse carrying that cart. So there's a cart there with their stuff left over, and if you look through it, I'm guessing you're interested to look through and see what they left behind, right?
Yeah. Carry back as much as I can.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can get
Drag
some
the
help
cart
to get,
back.
but
Bring
but
the
for
cart
now,
back.
it's a little too big for Ophelia to carry everything or draw the
I am
cart
not a
herself, for
horse.
God's sake. Yeah, this is no beast of burden here. So yeah, you're looking through the carts and you'll find some odds and ends, bits of clothing, and then in 2 crates near the bottom, oh, the jackpot, oh, the things we find. So you're going to find a large sack full of gold and some random precious gems and jewelry. You're going to find a small vial of red potion and 2 things that look like two long, thin wooden sticks that seem to be have been smoothed out, and they have each of them has a tiny red gem at the tip of it.
Everyone might want to check their Roll20s, because mine just crashed and there was only me in the game.
I still see everyone.
I still see everything.
Although,
Did you guys see my TE?
I just saw it, yeah.
Yeah? Okay, it was just you.
Just
Oh,
you.
just me. Okay, well, I'm back, so it's good. It's all good.
All right, so yeah, so you found a sack full of gold, quite a lot of gold, a sack with some precious gems and jewelry, a small vial of reddish potion, and 2 thin wooden sticks with tiny red gems at the tips of each of them
Okay.
that look fairly valuable, or at least interesting. And then also among them, you find a whole bunch of food supplies, and just with a cursory look, it seems like that's enough for your whole camp for at least a couple days in addition. So they seem to have brought a lot of supplies. So if you want to take all
Alright.
that stuff, you'll have access to all that, and you can count exactly what these things, how much money you have, and what the material things are.
Yeah,
Later,
I'll
identify them perhaps.
gradually drag it all back.
Okay,
I'm guessing it might be a little difficult, so I might need to
so
do
make a
run or
couple.
two.
I'm
A
still
couple
sort of down
trips.
there, so I'll go help you out.
Okay, so Morris discovers that. What are you guys' reactions at finding all this stuff?
Oh,
I'm kind of ignoring it. I'm just getting increasingly angry.
Oh, why's that? Just at the whole situation?
Just at the whole situation, and I'm walking around with both daggers drawn and glaring at Mundigus's corpse. Just
He's not a
glaring.
corpse.
It's not really a
He's
corpse
alive.
yet.
Yeah, the unconscious Mundigus.
Yes.
are you okay,
Oh yeah,
Sorthyn?
let's drag those corpses
As
into our
I'm,
corpse pile.
yeah,
Yeah, I figured that's probably where you'd put them.
yeah. I was thinking, but actually, yeah, more or less between the whole group of trees, all 5 of them in a row.
So daisy chained together about like this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do we want to chain them with Ruckjack? Or should we keep the
No.
knoll apart?
I think the Knoll should have his right to privacy.
Everyone else we stripped down naked.
Oh no.
Yeah,
no,
right. No,
Nobody wants to be
No,
seeing
but-
that.
but I do search them though. I do give them like a pretty thorough pat down, and while I'm at it, why not a medical examination?
Okay.
Just because it's actually somewhat of a it's actually kind of a way to relax and let the tension of the fight off, because it's such a like a habitual thing for me, like a familiar thing.
Okay.
That but I do, and while I'm doing that, I probably begin that conversation with Sorthyn. Something wrong?
He threatened my friends. I will never lose anybody again.
You know, I would have figured after all these years that would be my line. I don't. Something you want to talk about?
Something I want to do.
What would it be for a search? Was that perception or investigation?
Let me check. If there's some...
I believe it'd be investigation if you're looking for at a certain object or person.
Just
Okay.
anything they
Or
have.
Yeah,
perception.
just make one roll at advantage, because they're tied up. They can't really do a good job of hiding anything from you.
Okay, so investigation at advantage.
Yeah.
Nat
Oh.
20.
Nice.
Yeah, so you
You
find
need an advantage.
you find everything they got. So hang on, I've been rolling some things.
You, my connection went really low right there. I didn't catch any of that.
I just said I've been rolling some things, so I can tell you what you're about to find. One
Oh,
second.
you and your charts.
This isn't chart. This is sort of an on the. Okay, so so you're going to get. All right, so on Mundagus, he has nothing really on him. It seems like most of anything valuable that he'd have on him would have been on the cart. You have his cane sword. You can recuperate it. You can recover his cane sword. Gloff, you can recover a maul that's very heavy, fit for a very muscular half-orc fighter. And he's got some leather armor you could take.
Okay.
The bandit captain, you find 11 gold on him, and you also find a set of 4 throwing. So I'll write all this down actually.
I mean, I have been with this
yeah.
set anyway.
Okay.
Ophelia,
So,
I hope you wrote down the other stuff, because
Yep, I got it.
okay.
I'm probably
So you
going to
find
need that
4
for accounting later.
4 throwing daggers and a scimitar. Each of the bandits has a scimitar of his own.
So that's 4 more scimitars, so 5 scimitars total.
Yes, 5 scimitars. 2 crossbows
Nice.
from the bandits, and also 9 silver from the bandits total from their pockets.
Okay. How many bolts for the crossbows?
Oh, I better roll for those.
And I thought they had bows. A couple of them had bows, or were they actually crossbows? or
They're
something?
crossbows.
Okay.
They weren't. They are now. Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Redconning. Woohoo.
Well, whatever. You find 16 bolts altogether.
16 standard bolts. Okay.
He just
So
didn't
that's-
want to give me arrows. I see how it is.
I realized that right after I said bolts. I realized, oh, he's probably going to think I was specifically.
No, it's fine. I only used a single arrow.
Oh yeah, and it was a damn good
And
arrow
it's still in
too.
Mundungus.
Yeah.
It's still in him.
Let's say you can recover that arrow.
Considering
yeah.
that's probably me taking it out and a means to treat him, yeah, it probably would come out in pristine condition.
Yeah.
You know,
It was a clean hit.
Alright then.
best not to make more damage where there's not needed any.
So you can add that arrow back, Morris. That's like your super famous arrow now.
It's the black arrow.
It's called the Dingus Slayer, the Dingus Slayer.
Dingus
Slayer
Slayer.
of Dinguses.
I'm just
Yeah,
pacing
this-
around Mundagus at this point.
Oh yeah,
I
he's still
can see that.
unconscious. Gloff has nothing to say. He's just staring ahead. As
Sorthyn,
you're
do you want to look at these sticks?
Sticks?
Yeah, from the cart.
That would actually probably be good. Yeah, however, unfortunately for, well, okay. I can make a general examination for anything arcane based I'm tapped out for today.
She did say Sorthyn.
Madison
it's
works for
Sorthyn.
caster
well-
people.
I'm distracted. I take one,
Okay.
point it at Mundigus, try to do something
Uh-oh.
with it, and nothing happens.
Yeah. Gloff sees you do this and bares his teeth at you and says, "That's not going to work."
Oh, do you know what
Do
this
you know
is?
what they are?
You
Of course
don't?
He does. He bought them.
I'm like walking up to him.
You don't recognize a tandy wand?
I
Where are you from, anyway?
I figured it would be, but I'm sorry. I'm a little tired after mining for the morning and then beating you for the afternoon.
And so you wanted to tell you exactly what they are? He said they were called. He said use this word.
Tandy wand.
Yeah.
Uh,
You seem like you don't know what that is. Where are you from, anyway? So you ask him this. Did you say that with the intent of trying to get him to explain what they are?
what do they do?
And he just laughs and says, "They're tandy ones. You don't. Oh, I don't know where you all are from, but I'm surprised you managed to defeat our little group here. You seem, well, I thought you must be somewhat competent and aware if you were able to do that, but apparently not. You just got lucky. Doesn't know what a tandy was."
I take my quarterstaff and hit him across the face and say, "Shut up and tell us what it is."
I believe that's actually
You're asking me.
counterproductive to tell him to stop talking and then also talk in the same sentence.
It's like asking me. It's like holding up a crossbow and asking me, "What is this? What does this do?" You'd have to be an idiot.
You know, I got an idea.
Why don't you just go ask the
I-
other people?
I point the wand at a open stretch of ground, probably over here ish in the clearing,
Mm-hmm.
and then say Tandy wand.
And nothing happens.
Okay,
And you
let's
just
try.
look even more of a fool.
And Gloff is laughing at this point.
Yeah.
No,
Can I take one
no,
over
actually-
to Terry and see if he has any ideas?
Yeah, you can ask Terry, and
And
he says, "Oh, where'd you get those tandy wands?"
what are they?
I like just
What?
facepalm. Like,
Where are you from, anyway? You guys don't know what tandy wands are? Everyone's got.
That's
well,
not helping.
most people down in Corona. What? Well,
No, I'm not from there.
Well, give these to me. Let's see what this is. And he's looking. He closes one eye and he's looking along the length of it. And he looks at one and he says, "This one is some sort of this is a poison spray spell, and this is a dancing lights spell."
ooh, yay for parties! Aha! Obviously, I'm
So
joking.
yeah, so just, let's see. I don't have the damn instructions. I can never remember how the exact. He's sort of holding it aloft and like doing this like up and down motion, this like rapid up and down, like shaking it. He says, "Which one is this one?" Normally they come with instructions, Well,
Yeah, well, more stuff for the loot pile of ours, I suppose. Ophelia, do you have an accounting of what you found so I can add it to our list?
Yeah. I will. I'm gonna copy and paste and put it in chat.
That works.
Ophelia says these words.
Yes.
So if you count through, so if you count through the gold, you will find there is exactly 400 gold.
Ho ho ho!
And the gems, make an appraisal check. Someone want to make an appraisal check? Whoever wants to do it.
What skill would that be?
I don't think that's a thing anymore.
Fuck! Every time How many fucking skills do they take out of this game? Okay.
Most of them. Most of the good
Insight,
ones. All of the good
maybe.
ones, actually.
I guess it'd probably be insight. Anything of a better one?
Investigation.
No. That's like to find evidence or clues.
Yeah.
I guess
Insight is wisdom,
or-
right?
Yep,
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, is anyone proficient in it?
I am.
Yep.
How much of a
+4.
bonus do you?
+5.
+4 total?
+4 total.
And you, Ophelia?
+5.
+5 to insight? Really?
Yeah. I've got a
Alright,
high
3
wisdom.
plus 2, right?
Yep.
3 plus and
I-
2.
I guess you'll take it then, because I have a +4. Okay. Maybe.
Right,
so-
my rolls have been crap tonight.
so,
we probably should have me.
Ophelia doesn't really is not super acquainted
Confident.
with the idea of the exact value of precious gems like that. You don't come in contact with that kind of stuff a lot where you're
Yeah.
from, so you're not exactly sure. But you figure like, oh, I mean, this looks quite a bit of stuff. It looks pretty valuable. You probably sell this for like a lot of money, like maybe 50 gold or 100 gold even. But you're not sure.
Sorry, it's
not
cap.
helpful.
Let me give it a go.
Yes, you could bring them to Saramina. Okay, so Masson, you can take some time to look at these.
Let's see. I've
And,
seen some stuff like this before. A nice
and you
jewelry
realize
here
that
and there.
oh yeah, there's some particularly rare types of gems and fairly small set into some of this stuff. It looks like sort of like gaudy stuff that someone would buy just to show off that they have a lot of money. It's not known for its looks, as far as you can tell, but it's definitely super valuable. So you'd say it's worth maybe 150 to 200 altogether, depending on where you could, sell it.
We sell this at somewhere nice, and we could probably get a nice 200 off this.
So Ceramino might be able to help you with that, or maybe he just knows about cork. Who knows?
He also has to know about
I'm
money.
sorry, I only know how to say cork.
Well, does he exchange cork for work?
These are essentially, I mean, if you think about it, at a small enough level, they're basically indistinguishable from cork.
if you look at it on a molecular.
In the
they
quantum
both have
form.
carbon in them.
Yeah.
We can get Joffrey to explain to him.
Right. Joffrey probably knows about this shit. If he hasn't blown up himself yet, or the library. Yeah.
So we're looking at 501, well, technically 411 gold and 9 silver, which is essentially 501 gold. Do we want to just keep it all in gold to keep it simple? Oh wait, no, silver.
Yeah.
Oh wait, okay.
10 silver becomes
from
1
the lower
gold.
level.
It's been so long since I've dealt with anything but gold. I was like, wait a second, no, that's not right. I'm thinking platinum.
So
okay,
11 gold from the bandit captain, and then overall 9 silver from all the bandits.
Meh. Okay. Well, that's still actually a good deal of gold. Hey, we
got a bunch of weapons.
Did pretty good on this, and yeah, we have a bunch of weapons to sell off, and
So while you're putzing around a little bit, the bandit captain pipes up and says, "Now what are you gonna do to go down, boy?"
I will translate.
Yeah, so
I did not get a word of that.
So he insulted all you guys, and says, "When are they gonna get to go? When are they gonna get to leave?" Yeah, we're about done here, boy. We're about done here, right?
Well, we haven't quite figured out what we're gonna do with you just yet. I have a few ideas for your particular troop, but we'll get to that in a few minutes.
Yeah, what you do to hunt about that, boy?
I suggest fertilizer.
When Morris knows, he said he insulted you again and said, "Just do the honorable thing, dummy." Essentially, is what he said.
You asked for the honorable thing. I'm about ready to.
Uh-oh, Sorthyn's gonna
No,
stab him.
Sorthyn, don't do it. Don't do it.
Do it, Sorthyn.
No,
Do
don't
it.
do it.
Don't give us another rock check to deal with.
No, I was gonna listen. I was going to suggest we hand him over to the local guard, at least the bandits, anyway. As for the other two, I'm just gonna talk to Terry and the rest about that.
And how did you want to bring them to the guard?
Bring them to the guard. I figure bring the guard to them.
We
Make
can't bring
them
anyone
turn.
to the camp.
Oh yeah. We can
These people are filth and they should be dead.
I agree, and I stab him twice in the head with my daggers.
really.
Oh. So yeah, he dies. He slumps over and he's dead.
Why? Just. Ugh.
These people are irredeemable trash. Men
That's
like him
not
don't
entirely
deserve to live.
true. I think that's a little harsh.
Olaf says, "Well, I'll be honest. I don't really care what the hell happens to these. We just hired them. They're hired muscle is all."
I feel like you're doing a decent job of indirectly insulting us as well. Good job.
Oh, you picked up on that. I'm glad. I
Don't
was expecting it to
stab
fly
me.
right over your head.
No, Sorthyn.
So what does that make you?
That one's valuable.
He doesn't really respond to you, Ophelia. He just scoffs.
Go ahead and take the other two out, Sorthyn. You have my support.
I mean, least we could do is find out how they wish to be buried. That
Actually, I'm gonna go over to
decent.
Rock Shack and give him one of my daggers and say, "You haven't done any fighting in a while."
Oh no, that's a terrible idea.
And he looks at you like confused. Why give Rock this?
Prove that you're still our friend. And
I almost hope he stabs Sorthyn.
And he looks at you through slit eyes and says, "Rockjack, never friend. Rockjack, slave."
I thought we were
Hostage,
friends. I've been giving you food.
And he just laughs and says, "Yes, food. Rockjack like food. Rockjack like weapon." And he reaches to grab the dagger from you. Will you let him take it?
No.
Okay. And he laughs and says, not friend after all.
You must promise that you will kill these other two bandits.
And Rockjack says,
Can I
"Why you can't?"
Oh, what happened? Someone popped out.
It was zombie. Or Morris.
Okay. I'm going to, while they're having that little talk back and forth, I'm going to stroll up to the other two bandits and say, "Listen, I'm very sorry about this. I'm not sure I can stop him. Did you have any preferences in how you'd wish to be buried? Or cremated or whatever?"
And he just looks up at you and says,
I am a
"No,
priest.
we won't go and kill you. Are you gonna kill us now? Is that how it is?"
I don't want to be honest. I just don't know if I can convince him. You know what?
We didn't do
I
nothing
got an
wrong.
idea. I got an idea. Hold on.
What are you doing?
I stroll past. I'm guessing they're still bickering over there. I'm like, "Terry, I don't think just outright killing a lot of them is quite the best idea."
Well, I'd rather you not kill anyone at all. I don't think Monagus was really going to slaughter us all or anything. He's not a murderer. He's just sort of a loose cannon scumbag, stalker, villain.
While they're talking about this, I'm killing the one on the end.
Okay. So yeah, you kill him.
Did I
The other
hear
one
that?
doesn't
No
seem
objections.
phased. He just seems to have silently accepted what's going to happen, and he just looks up at you
And
silently,
we'll
wordlessly.
end him too.
Did
I'll
I-
end him rightly.
Okay. Dead.
Did I see or hear any of that?
And then spit
know,
on their
so-
corpses, because these are probably the exact sort of people that ended up killing my family. So
Yeah, that's a good point.
Me and you have family issues, apparently.
What's hilarious is
You guys
that
are
none of you know
hardcore.
nothing about medicine. It's really funny, actually.
Well, they know that you don't like killing prisoners, at least. So you're at least a little more benevolent than they are, at least in
Yeah.
these cases.
we're in the wild north. We can't have morals up here.
Yeah.
Only
Anyway,
the strong
Yes.
survive.
And Gloff speaks up and says, "Yes, that's exactly the logic any villain, wouldn't they?"
Ophelia's just sitting
That
here
one needs.
I'm
to
not
be
gonna
alive.
kill him. I'm not gonna kill him.
contemplating the nature of humans.
What is a man?
Apparently, suppressed anger.
Ball of
The answer, of
suppressed
course,
hatred.
being a miserable pile of secrets.
Yeah, a miserable pile of blood and bones, really.
Jerry, I think you're the only one that can actually stop them from just. Wait, did they just?
And
think they
I'll
did.
walk back over and leave the other two tied up.
I'm gonna hand
You-
my daggers over to Masson and say you should take these before I do anything else.
Oh, now you want to hand over your weapons.
Not the staff, though. I need that.
I give him a look of just like disappointment and a bit of frustration, and on my way, like just turning away to walk away with daggers, I just like give him like a half strength punch to the chest and just like walk off. More just to like, it didn't do damage. It was just like, why? Just why? I'm annoyed. Type of thing.
Mhm.
What time is it? Like time of day?
Well, that whole fight started at around noon, and it lasted, I mean, what, like 6 rounds? So, a minute.
So probably about one at this point after.
Yeah, it's probably been about an hour, yeah, because you had to go haul stuff.
I'm gonna start untying the corpses and dragging them off to give them what honor I can still. Honor to the dead.
Okay. So you're gonna go ahead and bury them in the hole? Put them in the hole?
Yeah, I suppose so. Although I'm gonna do my whole cleric of Selket thing, with being a goddess of the goddess of burial and all that, whatever you want to call that.
Okay. Yeah, there's the rites, basically. That doesn't do anything special. It's just a flavor thing, like a lore thing.
Yeah, it's a flavor thing, and also for like my peace of mind, basically.
Right.
I'd imagine might gain a little bit of favor out of it. Just saying.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Just a suggestion. Yeah, that's what I'm doing for probably next. I could probably take the better part of next 2 hours, maybe. Honestly,
Okay.
so I'm digging, doing some stuff, dropping them and burying them, etc.
Terry, what would you have us do with your sworn enemies?
Well, I'd like them to face justice, a fair trial. This would seem fair. And Birthday seems to agree to that. And says, Birthday.
Shall we hold the trial now?
No. Well, I mean, we can't have them here. I don't want them anywhere near this place, to be honest. We should have someone take them to the guard, perhaps. Perhaps in Aston. It's a bit closer than Hargrove.
How far away is it?
Oh, about a day's travel. Less than
actually-
Hargrove, but
Just remember,
I could
Terry,
do that.
if they leave here alive, they will come back. Or they will spread
Not-
stories about you that are wholly inaccurate.
He says, well, not if they wind up in the jail up in Aston. They'll just stay there for a
Those who
while.
deserve to be in jail rarely end up there.
You have so little faith in our justice system, do you?
How would we ensure that they would get jailed anyway? We
Well,
don't
why,
exactly
of
have
course
proof
you
of
would-
what they were doing.
That's a good point. He thinks, he says, what in the world? Well, we can't just let them go. We can't kill them. That would be murder.
They're too plot important to murder. Not like those bandits.
Now you understand my moral dilemma down here.
I mean,
At this point, Henri seems to be pacing between them, looking them both up and down. And Gloff seems to notice him and says, you must be Henri. I believe Mundagus told me of a particular student he was quite impressed with. That would be you, right? Henri Louche. And Henri doesn't respond. He just looks at him coldly, maybe with a little bit of curiosity. He says, yes, Mundagus said that if we ever took hold of this place, that you would get a higher position. You might even have your name first or second on the published paper. That's what he said, of course. I don't know anything about the specifics of publishing a paper in the court, but he seemed to have an understanding of how it works, and he was adamant that you, yes, the Louche name, he put prominently ahead in the order of things, you see, because you're so talented. And Henri doesn't. He seems to. He just raises an eyebrow and says, he looks over at Mundagus and looks back at Gloff and says, did you think I would believe any of that for one instant? What was your purpose in even saying this? I says, I had no ulterior purposes. I was just stating the truth. Something I found interesting. I have nothing else to do. And he indicates his hands are tied there. And Henri turns back to you guys to see if you were listening in on this. He says, what's your take on all this?
I think they should be gagged.
Henri laughs and says, yes, it's quite looking that way. And he wanders off towards his tent.
I take off my boot, take off my sock, and stuff it in Goff's mouth.
And Gloff just glares back at you, but doesn't seem to fight it. Doesn't seem to be too enraged. Yeah, especially not talkative. You can't. Mundagus is still out, but he's breathing stably, and he's looks beat all to hell. His once nice robes are caked with burns and bloodstains and dirt.
But he will not die.
I'm gonna actually break out the medical supplies that I have and begin trying to administer them to Mundagus, see if he can.
Everything I was going to see if you remembered that you had enough for some basic supplies.
Yep, one basic medical item or healing is what I have in my inventory.
Yeah.
So apparently all of the anger you had over him threatening your friends, you just had to take it out on the other three and then you're fine.
Yep.
Okay. I suppose that's fair.
So now you have this sort of dilemma. Nobody seems really sure what to do with these two.
So do I make a medicine check to try to do whatever I'm doing to Mundagus?
Yeah, sure. Just do it. Just do medicine. You're trying to just increase his recovery rate at this point because he's got a lot of injuries. I mean, he's not going to die even if you don't tend to him. But if you tend to him, he'll recover more quickly. Is basically what you're doing. Just so you're aware. Okay. So yeah,
Gotcha.
you take about an hour to carefully dress some of his wounds and apply, some poultices where you can to various burns and cuts he has.
Can I
And yeah,
be on my way back and see him doing that and come over and offer to assist and possibly teach him something
yeah,
while he's
sure.
doing that? I'll
If he
actually,
was,
want me to just roll another medicine?
yeah, roll another medicine.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, you're
Wow, I
able to
rolled a
provide
four.
some basic assistance.
I guess I was taking a backseat to it, so I guess that kind of makes sense.
Yep. So, what is everyone else doing during this time? Hopefully, I mean, maybe you've got a couple things you could be thinking about.
What?
Does
What
anybody
are
have
the
any ideas for things to do? What's that?
are the researchers going back to research or?
They seem sort of fascinated with the. Henri's in his tent. He hasn't come out actually, so I'll just remember. Ophelia, the dwarves are just sort of chatting excitedly amongst themselves, and you think maybe there's some sense of urgency to their conversation. Terry, meanwhile, and Harrietta are talking amongst themselves. They're debating what they could possibly do with Mundigus and Glock, because obviously it's hard to determine.
I'll go over to the dwarves. See if I
Okay.
can get a drink after that.
Okay. Yeah, so you want to ask...
What's up? What are you guys talking about?
And Ralcoon turns to you and says, no, we were just talking about the whole goings on that we here. Quite the impressive display, and well, my friend Kali here, he was and Kali immediately hushes him like, don't bring it up. And he says, well, he was thinking of taking off after this, heading for the hills, but I was telling him, and so are the other fellas, that it'd be pretty ridiculous if you took off now after seeing that amazing display. What, you'll take on a whole troop of bandits and some kind of wizard, and you won, so I'm pretty impressed. Color me a fan of yours, I suppose. I'd be happy to finish working here no matter what comes. 20 knolls, 30 knolls, I don't mind. I'll be sticking around for sure. Just thought I'd tell you that.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend running off. We do know there are gnolls around, and
Well,
eh,
when we were planning on running off, we thought maybe we'd just take the road up down to Hargrove or up on into Aston or something. So we would have been all right, I presume. But thanks for the concern, and we won't be heading off anytime soon, that's for sure.
well, thanks. We're happy to help protect you.
Now, did you want a drink or something? I figure that's the
Yeah,
only
that
reason
would
you'd be
be
coming
wonderful.
over.
Oh no, I
Yeah.
wanted to check and make sure
And
no stray bolts hit you or anything.
he laughs and says, well, I'm downright happy. I got my well-being so on the top of your mind. But now let me see what I have. Our supplies have been dwindling a little bit. We've been out here for a while at this point, but we've got enough for another few raucous evenings, I suppose. Let me see here. And he ruffles around in his tent and gets something out for you, and pours you a little tankard from a tiny little keg relatively small keg that he seems to have produced. And you can down that and do your Constitution save for the effects.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So you take that one like a champ. You down it all, and you're feeling way like tipsy, way beyond tipsy. You're feeling all warm and buzzed and nice, and you managed to fight off any of those ill effects. And he is as impressed as he was last time. Says, I gotta say, I'm getting a real soft spot for you, little one. I think we'd be great friends if we weren't so different from such different walks of life.
Well, thank you, sir. I will think of you first if I ever need digging done.
See that you do. We don't get a whole lot of work up here. Not many people care for digging up in Northern Parish. They're mostly trying to run away from here as fast as they possibly can, get somewhere more interesting.
Yeah, can't really blame them.
He says, no, I suppose not. So,
Anyway, thank you. I'll wander off.
all right. So that's important information. They were actually considering or basically running away after all these threats, but you seem to have impressed them with this display. They feel like you could defend them from anything. They're going to basically finish their work no matter what happens.
Would I have overheard that, potentially?
Yeah, you could have overheard that.
I just nod to myself and be like, good.
Yeah, because that was the thing. That was one thing you.
That
were
was
thinking
one of the
about.
things that they had told me that I had kept secret.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone has secrets. I think everyone has secrets. I think Morris might have been a little shafted in the secrets department.
Yeah, I don't. All I got was the secrets of the forest.
Yeah, you have the secrets of the forest.
Technically
The
speaking,
horrors that lay beneath.
I have no secrets. Just no one wants to ask anything. Not stuff that you
Obviously,
bring up.
I need to now multi-class into a old one packed warlock.
Oh yeah. I'll get you some secrets. So what else are you guys doing with the rest of this day? It seems like there's no progress going to be made today. Everyone's too worried about what's going to happen, and you probably want to figure out at least what you're going to do with these people for tonight, with this pair here.
I mean, we can just leave them tied up and gagged for now while we figure out how we're gonna deal with the whole guard thing.
I'm actually going to pipe up and say, Rockshack didn't run away. He's proven his trustworthiness. I think he should be allowed to go back to his people now.
I mean, he's trustworthy not go rang off when he knows he might get fried in the process. Do we know that he's not going to bring back a whole party of gnolls to clean us out?
I think he just witnessed what would happen if he tried.
I suppose that's fair.
Rockshack, do you think your people would have a good fight or just death if they attacked us at this point?
And he thinks and says,
No, strong. Good fight, yes. Fight good. Fight good, no.
I don't know if he understands the concept.
yeah, I mean, he's telling you what he's telling you, so you can interpret that however. Make any assumptions about how you interpret it.
I'm still thinking that we should let him go.
Sorthyn, can
I
you
have no
still
objections to it.
bridge the gap between languages?
Nope, not until tomorrow.
That's what I thought. I'm tapped out as well. Rockcheck, if we were to let you go home, would you bring your troop here, or would you leave us in peace?
Steven says,
Rockjack, go home. Yes.
he doesn't seem to understand the second part of your question. he just picked up on home, so he says, "Yes, I'm going home." What you said.
Would you then hunt here or elsewhere? Not here, not us.
No hunt. Everywhere. Rockjack, go with gnolls.
But would you tell them that we're here or no?
And he thinks and says,
Tell gnolls. Mason. Tell gnolls. You.
and he points to a couple other guys.
He says, here.
And he doesn't seem to quite understand. Like he thinks maybe like you're asking him to tell the gnolls. So he's having some big communication difficulties.
Rockcheck, we want you to tell gnolls about us. We wish to not fight your people. That's why we captured you in the first place. But
Try never return here.
Rakshek, if we let you go, you cannot return. At least not hostily.
He says,
Rockcheck, never slave again.
No, Rakshek friend.
and he gives you that big toothy smile and says,
Rockcheck, slave, not friend. But Rockcheck, home then, not slave.
I'm not sure if we're getting to him or not.
it's hard to tell.
I think maybe
No
we should
idea.
wait till tomorrow and Sorthyn can go at him with knowledge knolls or whatever.
With
and,
the comprehend
spell.
languages.
Yeah, and then see if we can.
Yeah, this
Bridge
is something where you want to make sure he's 100% understanding between you, probably, right?
Just a little bit.
Yeah, because if you recall, there's never been a situation where you've been talking to him without the aid of that spell, and it's been 100. There's been a 100% understanding between you. So
There's
this is sort of
always
that coming up again.
miscommunication.
Right, exactly. Unless you're using that spell, there's definitely a chance that someone is gonna misunderstand here. And considering there's a lot of potential room for misinterpretation, it seems to you like it would be reasonable to assume that the best course of action is to wait and use the spell to be 100% sure.
Rakshek,
Yeah.
talk tomorrow. Probably go home tomorrow. Is that okay?
Home tomorrow, yes, it's okay.
All right.
Excellent. It's all done. I think I may go call it early tonight or today, or I don't know. I need a nap.
Okay.
Question.
Yeah.
How would we feel about keeping Dingus and
Mundigus.
yeah, Mundigus and his bodyguard?
They'll
maybe
be
in a
perfect for
part of the
manual labor.
Cave, like in a part of the cave that doesn't have any inscriptions, but so that Jedra can't like just sneak up and let them free.
That's a
Well,
good
we'll
idea.
have guards posted.
We
At
do
night,
have
as
that
usual.
one section of the cave.
It's much easier to watch the entrance of the cave than it is.
The whole walls of the
plaza.
cave are lined with things Mundigus might find interesting and thus noteworthy, and thus things he may attempt to use against Terry later. If you remember the blue glowy stuff.
Yeah, but I didn't think we could get anything from that.
We couldn't
maybe
get
not.
anything conclusive, but I'm sure Mundigus has the capability of making up all kinds of things.
I think
But
he's
he could
well
also
aware.
stew in his anger about not actually being able to know, but knowing that Terry has something.
Yeah,
I think
we could shove it in his face all the time. Oh, we're getting so much great stuff from this dig. It's a shame you can't know any of it.
I feel like that's a security liability.
Okay.
I'm not being serious.
You're not serious. What?
Well,
So where do we keep them then?
I say we
I
just
would
tie him up
say-
to the tree or right here, right in camp.
that tree would kind of work.
Okay. So how do you want to do it? One on one side or
Hog-tied and then tied to the tree.
hog-tied?
We do now have
sure about
100
that?
feet of rope, but I don't know about. I don't think entirely hogtied would actually work. That's a lot
Anyway,
of rope.
while all
That's
this
a
is
lot
going
more
on,
rope
can
than
I
most
start
people think.
schlepping the supplies from the cart up?
Oh yeah. You can be working on that during this.
Yeah, I'll help with that too.
After the prisoners are moved, I will be asleep in my tent.
I'd suggest just taking the dwarves down with you and just bringing the cart into camp. It'd be easier than manually carrying everything.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
Never know, you
sure.
might need a cart. You got space for it right here.
Yeah, we can.
In this clearing.
There's even like a cart somewhere around here that I'm standing on. I think. Yeah.
No, I was standing on it.
That's a separate cart.
Yes, there's a cart down there as well.
Yeah, I don't have the capability right now. Well, I technically could add another cart, but I'll do that later.
I don't
We
think
know there's
just
a
make
cart.
a token for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a few of us, I guess, will pull the cart up into camp.
Sounds good.
Okay. Yeah, the doors would be willing to help you.
Maybe we'll set them up a little tent so they're not exposed for the night.
Use the cart as a tent. Just tip it over on top of them.
Actually, in the supplies, you would have found 3 bivouacs. Like very compact little tents. Only big enough for one person. So you could use those, but they would have to be separated if you want to put them in those.
Right. We just put them in and then tie them shut.
Oh, was there any alcohol in the supplies?
No, there was
Asking
no
the
alcohol.
important questions.
No alcohol in the supplies, unfortunately. Just the same sort of stock that you guys have already.
Alright.
So I guess is that going to be the end of the day? So I guess we're keeping these guys overnight. So eventually, a little later in the day, Mundigus is going to wake up. So how do you have things set up when they wake up here? So are they tied to this tree?
Yeah, tied to the tree for the moment.
Both tied to the tree.
On opposite sides, or like this?
Opposite sides, so that there's quite a bit of distance between them.
Like
first,
that?
their
Or like this?
hands. Let's have their hands tied together first off.
Yep.
And then sort of maybe not opposite, but like almost on like diagonalists ish sort of, so they could still see each other, so they're not like, I sure hope they didn't murder my friend.
Okay.
You know, but not next to each other.
And he's gagged, by the way.
Yeah,
Gloff is still gagged.
He's currently choking on my sock.
Gross sock.
And we had gagged Mundigus previously with some scrap of cloth or something.
Yes, I remember that.
So.
Okay.
Is this like, say, around dinner time?
Yeah. It's getting dark out. Maybe thinking of setting up the fire, and Mundigus is waking up, and he sees the first thing he sees when he wakes up is a gnoll. And,
just sitting there staring at him.
He's, oh goodness! What in the world is this?
Mundigus, I'd like you to meet our good friend Rockshack. He'll be leaving us tomorrow.
What in the world is going on here?
Yeah. Yes.
What?
Considering we heard that.
This is sitting all of my mouth.
Yeah, I mean,
So do you want to?
we can ungag him. Let's call Terry over, maybe.
Always awake. Well, I have to. And Terry's extremely uncomfortable standing next to Rockjack, so he's gonna sort of shuffle over. And I think I'm just gonna. Well, I'll leave Terry on there, but I'm gonna remove these extraneous tokens for now.
Indeed.
Well, Mundigus, fuck you guys. You're making me forget my own name that I made up. My character that I lovingly crafted.
Oh man, you lovingly craft him to be a giant ass.
Well, yeah, of course. I craft characters that are likable and ones that are unlikable. That's the idea.
So
Lovingly, of course.
What? No.
We haven't found any extremely likable characters yet, is a thing. Well, we found like 2 or 3 of them, but in any case, so Terry says to him, Mundigus, you're tied up because you tried to attack us. And he says, oh no, Terry, your man tried to attack us. How dare you?
You threatened me first.
That does not count, little thing.
Okay.
I begin taking
was
off
not-
my other boot.
That he doesn't notice you. That was not a true bodily threat. That was merely us trying to negotiate in a very from a position of power. You see, that's a
And
difference.
your hired goons.
How'd that work out for you?
That was the last resort. That was the last resort, you see, because you attacked us, and now we must suffer this ingracious treatment. It is absolutely humiliating, Terry. Tell your people to remove this awful rope from me immediately. Ah, God, what have you done to me? I'm racked with pains. Well,
I shot
you were, yes, I believe, if I recall the play-by-play, you were shot and stabbed at least once and set on fire at one point by a spell cast by our good friend Sorthyn here. Why, how the hell am I still alive? Yes, well,
You're
you should be
welcome for
thankful
that,
you are.
Mundigus.
And he turns to you and says, "Oh, yeah, thank you for saving me, only to suffer this awful treatment. I would have rather died if you're to be torturing me here."
You should be thankful you had some bandits left alive, otherwise you wouldn't be alive to talk right now.
What does that mean? Where are the men I hired anyway?
They're along with our ogre and knoll problem we dealt with yesterday.
I don't suppose anyone wants to wake me up for this, huh? Just saying.
Well, would you have woken up like 2 hours later? Is that long enough for a mass
Or
and
were
nap?
you way too exhausted?
I suppose 2 hours, seeing that was middle of the day, maybe.
Yeah,
I know that
like
you went
one
to sleep. I'll cast Mage Hand and go and shake it away from where I
There
am.
you go.
Okay, I'm probably coming out about that point then, if that happened. I this time I probably am in my full regalia.
Okay. So when Morris says that, his head whips around the tree trunk and looks back at you as best he can and says, "Yes, what the hell is that supposed to mean?"
It means the many
You're a
men you
smart guy.
hired.
He'll figure it out.
As,
What were you gonna say?
as I'm walking up, which the rest of you probably used to it by now, but there's when I'm walking in like my full suit, there's always the steady tapping of the scythe on the ground.
Right.
That's like, yeah, it's very purposefully rhythmic. Something I've practiced.
Mm-hmm.
It means that if he did not take his frustration out on your many banded buddies, you probably would have been the first on his chopping block.
You were actually my first choice.
So you're saying you just killed them? Is that it?
Well, wasn't my idea or preference, but these can sometimes be wild cards. I prefer a bit more diplomatic and less harmful to the body approach as I'm coming up. You see, I'm the one that saved you, and if you remember, I was the one your buddy accused of attacking you. That was not an assault spell, and your buddy knew it. If anything, your little halfling started this whole confrontation by lying to you.
So I presume you had him killed for that as well.
Oh no, he got away. He was the only one that got away.
Oh, great. So I'm the only one left alive.
If you'll turn slightly to your left, you will see your other bodyguard.
Hello, Gloff. How are they treating you? Yes, I can see that. Well,
His tongue is as sharp as his blade.
If it's of any consolation to you, my initial spell
I'm
was
sure it
attempting.
isn't.
My initial spell was to persuade you that leaving was the best idea. But
And yet you're still trying to portray yourself as the benevolent pacifist when you in fact threw the first blow. Lisa are not. That was an attack. So of course we had to respond in kind. And
My
I'll have you
son is
know, we're
coming
not
down to
going to
his
murder
throat.
you all.
My son is coming down his throat. If I wanted you dead, you would be oh so very, very dead.
And I'll have you know we didn't want you all dead in the first place. We were going to keep you alive. We didn't want to kill you, merely subdue you. We want to take over this fight, not take your lives, for God's sake.
Now, what would you have done if we had stopped you from going in the cave?
Why, we would have subdued you, of course, and I suppose you would be in the same state I am now. Except I wouldn't have executed 4 or 5 of your associates.
Granted, no one here, at least to my awareness, is an active criminal and a potential murderer.
Oh, well then
Bandits, on your hand.
Then who killed my hired men?
You mean the bandits? I'm pretty sure we all know that they're bandits.
They are men that I simply hired to do the job of apprehending a few criminals, which you are, make no mistake.
Oh, really?
You've committed murder, surely.
Well,
And I don't know if I believe my Jedra is still alive at this point.
I'm not sure you understand the concept of law here in Northrend Parish, Mr. Fancy Pants. But I will tell you that no such murder took place. It was merely an act of defense.
Well, I assume you're going to yet kill me and Gloff, because if we are let go, we will not only be prepared to tell the story of Terry's deception, but also your criminality. I don't know if the militia, or perhaps we could even get in touch with the Royal Guard. I don't know what they would think of this, a murder up in northern Paris, whether that would count as self-defense or not, but I'm sure the courts will decide it, and I'm sure, as non-villainous folks yourselves, you would be perfectly prepared to throw it on the mercy of the court, wouldn't you? That would only be fair.
That was my first suggestion, was to bring you in chains to the nearest guardhouse.
Oh, please do. I'd be most happy. In fact, if you would do that instead of tying me up here like a piece of meat.
Well, the problem is we're all a little tapped out after dealing with your bandit buddies. So we'll just have to wait, just have to stay there, where you are.
And then do it tomorrow. I'm in no rush, and I certainly couldn't do anything about it if I wanted.
Can we gag him again?
I look at the others and I say, I almost want to do it the day after, just so I'm not doing what he's saying.
I mean, I kind of agree with him. He's a liability.
Sorthyn.
I mean, he's right. If we really don't want to worry about him, he should be dead.
Morris.
I'm totally
He made a pretty good case for killing him.
Both of you.
Which is very ironic, considering that it is him committing suicide at that point.
Don't make me do the things I feel I should be doing this whole time, and thus feeling I'm failing myself. Dealing with you two miscreants.
What does Ophelia think about all this? Jeez.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to decide whether I believe him or not still.
What specifically believe him about?
Like that, whether he came here with the intention of just subduing, or, I mean, yeah.
Okay, you could roll insight to see if you wanted to see if he was lying.
Sure.
Yes. So you've been paying attention to how he's been talking. Really good sense for, like, the kind of person he is, right? I think everyone does at this point, but everyone has a good general idea of this thing. And you've noticed that the way he talks when he's being sarcastic is quite obvious, and the way he's talking when he says something with conviction is markedly different from when he's being sarcastic. Like when he's saying, because you all were such good, law-abiding, non-villainous folks, I'm sure you would be okay with throwing yourselves and myself on the mercy of the court. Like, that was sarcastic, obviously. But when he says something with conviction, you, Ophelia, managed to pick up on exactly sort of what that sounds like. And when he says that we were not, that we would have subdued you when we were coming here with the intent of just taking over this place and not killing you, to you it seems like he was being sincere, or at least at the very least he believes that, or he's serious when he says it. Who knows what would have happened in the moment, but it seems like he's being sincere.
Okay. Yeah, it's a whole new environment for her, so it's still kind of, she's on the fence about what to do with him.
Okay.
And she has no idea how their said trials would work.
It's true.
Neither would I.
A trial in the depths of Northrend Paris is a very short affair.
You can maybe intuit that Mundigus doesn't really know that to be the truth. If he's requesting you send him to the guard in Aston of all places. I don't know if you guys remember what Aston is like.
It's like 5 cottages or something. Right?
It's one step above a shantytown because it's sort of like built up naturally over just people camping because they couldn't get all the way from Hargrove to either Malachi or Azel, way up in the north, in one trip, obviously. So they sort of like naturally started to congregate towards one area around the halfway point, and then Aston appeared. You're like, well, maybe we should build some fucking buildings out of like wood instead of tents, and so that's basically how it became a town.
Wow.
So
sad.
yeah. Well, it's a very crappy.
So can we imagine what the law's like over there?
Yeah.
As someone from here, I'm now torn between actually taking him to the guard, which would probably be the end of poor Mundigus, or telling him that that's a really dumb thing. And if he thinks I'm a hick, wait till he sees the people in Aston.
Right. Well, so I mean, if we took them to the guard and we said, "Hey, these guys attacked our camp," and we subdued them,
we could go dig up the corpse of Burly McDeathman.
Oh yeah, you
drag him there.
You could.
We're not going to
ask,
find any of his
Mundigus
family members there.
That's possible. Who knows? Maybe that's where Mundigus hired these people. Maybe these people were like had family in Aston.
Maybe these are the guards of Aston.
That could be.
That would be more than a little ironic.
That would be really awkward.
Nah, I mean,
we should have got his name before we killed him. That's a shame.
Bandits have names?
Bandit leaders do.
Oh,
okay. You are something else, Sorthyn. You know that?
I am tempted to take them to town, though, because I feel like killing them out here would draw bad attention to Terry and his expedition. And
So are you saying this out loud to everybody? Like mentioning this?
Yeah.
Okay. And Terry, when he hears that, he says, "Oh my God, what if? God's willing, we would find some valuable things here, and then the university would return to excavate the area. What are they going to think when they find a bunch of fresh, dead human bodies?"
Well, by the time they get here to dig, they would not be by any means fresh. They'd probably be mostly decayed, and even then, being it Northrend Parish, it's a reasonable bet with the fact that they're buried with a bunch of gnolls and an ogre that they likely were bandits.
I suppose.
I mean,
but
you might not even tell that they were like human besides bones by the time they by the time they get over here and start digging, and then find them all the way down there, that far away from the cave. It's a bit of a stretch.
I accept your proposition as true, but I hope you'll understand if I put my foot down as far as adding any new bodies to this pile. You understand?
That's reasonable.
I'm entirely with you already on that one.
Yeah, there doesn't need to be any more killing unless our hand is forced again like it was originally.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, guys. Yeah. Thanks for.
Oh,
I
sorry.
was-
I'm not me anymore.
Yeah. No. Well, you're Morris. You're zombie or whatever.
There we go.
So, in any case, yeah. So we will continue this discussion next week. We went over a little over time, but I thought we were having some good discussion, a good conversation. I also wanted a chance to be able to role play as Mundius again because it's fun to be an
moral
annoying
dilemma.
asshole. So yeah.
The Dingus dilemma.
The Dingus dilemma.
Oh, that's
I
good.
hope that's the name of the YouTube video.
It is now.
Get on
It is now.
The Dingus dilemma. Goddamn. All right, guys. I hope everybody had fun. Any questions, comments, concerns before we head off for the week?
Yeah, do
Oh,
we
I
really
think
have
that's
to
great.
deal with Dingus here?
Well, you got him right here with you, so you're gonna have to do
Mhm,
something.
mhm.
I had to save him.
All right.
All right. We'll talk to you
Good
guys same
night to you
time next
all.
week.